Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Moonlight Sword? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto was rather furious with the current predicament that he found himself into. It was only 2 months that he had been taken on a training trip for 3 years with Jiraiya of the Sannin with the goal of getting stronger to be ready for the Akatsuki who had gone into hiding for another 3 years to make preparation to hunt down the Jinchuriki. At the beginning Naruto felt confident that with the training of the strongest Sannin he would be capable of one day fulfilling his promise to his crush and teammate Sakura Haruno of bringing back Sasuke Uchiha, his former teammate who went rogue in search of acquiring the power necessary to hunt down his older brother who had massacred the Uchiha clan, leaving only him as the survivor. Naruto had understood the Uchiha need to avenge his clan, but it was the Uchiha choice of sensei that had ticked him off, as it was none other than the snake Sannin Orochimaru. Under any circumstance being trained by one of the legendary 3 Sannin would be an honor, but Orochimaru was a rogue shinobi of the leaf who had fled the village after his atrocity of human experimentation was discovered by his former sensei and Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. But that wasn't enough reason for Naruto's determination in bringing the boy back. It was because Orochimaru had left his curse mark on Sasuke with the intention of one day taking over the boy as a vessel. As such, his brother figure was pretty much selling his soul to the devil, and the more he is left under the tutelage of the snake Sannin, the more the Uchiha would slip away from his hold. Sadly, Jiraiya so far has been wasting his time, as the man had put emphasis on chakra control exercises and a healthy diet with the intention of one day teaching Naruto how to utilize the Kyuubi chakra and dispelling genjutsu. He understood that Jiraiya had all good intentions to train him into a fine shinobi who could one day combat the threat of the Akatsuki, but what was the point of being taught basic things that will definitely not help him combat S-rank Nuke Nin who could level an entire mountain? How he envied Sasuke right now. For all Orochimaru twisted personality, he probably had Sasuke put to the ringer, teaching him jutsus after jutsu and other shinobi skills that the boy could use, but for him Jiraiya had spent the bare minimum teaching him, as he got distracted a lot whenever they passed a brothel, or if any attractive girl were to walk on the street he would try to flirt with her, which always ended up with him being smacked around. It also didn't help that Jiraiya always took his research as his priority in order to write one of the biggest smut book in the elemental nation, and in order to get the material for the book he used the girls at the hot springs as an inspiration, with his methods being peeping, which often end up with the older man beaten on the ground. 2 months and Naruto was in the process of pulling his hair in frustration. At the rate they're going through, he will never be able to achieve his dream of becoming a Hokage or ever hoping to reach for his brother figure Sasuke. And what about Sakura? How is she going to like him if he is weak, unable to fulfill his one promise? Naruto didn't know how long he had been outside, as he had decided to leave the hotel booked by Jiraiya in order to clear his mind, but one thing was for sure: he was getting tired and drowsy. Deciding to succumb to his desires of rest, he slept outside, something he had done multiple times and nobody cared enough to tell him otherwise. It was only a minute that Naruto had woken up, realizing that change of scenery than the one he was previously in. He was obviously lying in a bed as he looked around the room with curiosity, as that wasn't even an hotel room, and some of furniture looked to be quite advanced even for a shinobi village as big as Konoha. "Where am I?" asked Naruto as he cautiously stood up from the bed, looking around him, realizing that he wasn't tied to the bed or had shackles, so he doubted that he was kidnapped. But maybe the attacker didn't feel threatened by him, so he didn't restrain him. But one thing was for sure: nobody would give their prisoners such a comfortable room. Opening the door of the room, he found that it wasn't locked. Instead, he was welcomed by the long hallways, although the state of the hallways was not really the best as compared to the room he was in that was well furnished. Trusting his instinct, he walked towards the end of the hallway as he utilized the skill he had developed from a young age, and that is stealth. As he walked in the darkness, unluckily for him, he didn't have his invisibility sheets that he used on multiple occasions to avoid Chunin, and he wasn't really familiar with the place, so he couldn't use field advantage. So he resorted to tiptoeing and had to thank Jiraiya for bothering to teach him how to walk without making a sound. As he reached the hallways, he found himself peeking out around the large room, which showed a large perpendicular wooden table that reminded him of the meeting room in Konoha Council Chamber. But in the head of the table there was a throne made out of cement, and sitting on it was a white-haired woman with shoulder-length hair. She wore a sleeveless shirt that exposed her midriff with a small black tie to go with it, dark-colored short shorts, dark gray thighs and white gloves over her hands. Over her sleeveless shirt she wore an encompassing dark cloak which covered her right arm. But what intimidated Naruto was the multiple types of swords that were stabbed behind her throne, but oddly enough he felt a warm sensation inside his heart that he knew that person but couldn't place his finger on it. "Are you going to keep hiding the whole time?" came the voice of the mysterious white-haired woman who opened her eyes to look at the wall where Naruto was hiding. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise but decided that given that she hadn't even attacked him so far that she was a good person in his own book. So complying with the white-haired woman's demand, he came out of hiding as he looked at her emotionless look as her left hand was resting on the throne armrest. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. Usually he would have shouted and demanded the identity of the person, but for some reason every cell in his body told him that she was dangerous, something not even Orochimaru, Itachi or Kisame had managed to elicit from him. "My name is Mirayu, you could say I'm your ancestor," said Mira with a casual tone, but who could blame her with everything she went through? The idea of meeting an ancestor from a different era didn't seem far-fetched. Naruto blinked multiple times as he registered what was said. "Yeah, I call that bullshit," said Naruto as his brashness came out at full force. Mira was quite amused to say the least as she watched her descendant inherit her stubbornness. "Show yourself, you stinking fox, I will not fall for your deception," shouted Naruto bravely as he pointed at the white-haired woman who seemed to burst out in laughter, irritating Naruto to no end. "The hell are you laughing at, Kyuubi?" shouted Naruto before the women stopped laughing and took a serious expression as she snapped her fingers and the room changed, revealing the sewer, and to Naruto's surprise and horror the mighty Nine Tails was beaten black and blue. Snapping her finger once more, they were back in the throne room as Naruto was trying to understand what he had witnessed. "What the hell just happened?" asked Naruto, quite confused, as the women adopted a smirk. "As you have guessed, this place that we are currently residing in is your mindscape, but unlike with that 10-foot fox that seems to be sealed in your stomach, I could alter this place to my desires, so I had it changed to suit my needs and because it was somewhat sentimental in some way," said Mira as Naruto nodded, understanding a little about the mindscape from Jiraiya's explanation as well in How to Meet the Nine Tails. "As for the 10-foot fox, my original goal was to come here in order to train you in the sword style that was originally taught in a dojo to other kids, but I doubt anybody would remember my clan sword style anyways. It was obvious when I first came here that the fox have a malicious intent. In order to protect you, I had made sure to put him in his place, so I doubt he will ever bother you at this point," said Mira as Naruto gave the white-haired woman an admiration look as she made quick work of the strongest Biju that even the Yondaime himself couldn't defeat without sealing it inside his gut. It was then that what she said registered in his mind. "Sword style?" asked Naruto in a curious tone as he looked at Mira, who let out a sigh. "The sword style of the Yu clan is called Moonlight/Woolguang sword style, which require a lot of precision and strength that could cause a lot of devastation, but since I'm the only one in the family that have taken the sword style to another level, I will teach you as well how to control the output of energy to not have everything crumble in your grip," said Mira with a smile as she remembered how she had tried to dig a well but the pickaxe just broke in her grip after 2 swings. Naruto was taken aback that someone was willing to teach him. "Wait, you're really going to train me? Like no ditching me or you being a proud pervert like my 2 senseis," said Naruto with a cautious tone as Mira blinked a few times before she bursted once more in laughter as she was really enjoying this too much. "No, I am not a pervert as your 2 Jonin sensei, so don't worry, and I'm not going to ditch you like the 2 of them. I'm really genuine about teaching you, besides I have nothing better to do here," said Mira with a smile on her face as Naruto smiled. Maybe this could be his chance to finally be strong enough to get back his friend and maybe get Sakura to love him back. As if reading his thoughts, Mira let out a frown before she decided to speak her mind. "Listen, Naruto. Training isn't going to be the only thing that I will teach you. As other than the sword style, we're going to have to change your overall personality regarding your former teammate Sasuke Uchiha and your crush on Sakura Haruno," said Mira as she had taken to watching the boy's memory and didn't like what was happening in front of her eyes. Before the boy could shout in anger, she held her hand, making him stop. "Tell me something, Naruto. What will happen if that Sasuke guy didn't want to return to your village or have taken to ending others for his twisted pleasure? Will you still pursue him in order to fulfill a promise?" asked Mira as she looked as the boy's eyes widened. Unlike with Jiraiya, she had brought a valid point. What would happen if Sasuke became evil and decided to end others? Will he still selfishly continue pursuing his teammate for a promise? As for that crush over Sakura, and to be brutally honest with you, the girl is a really bad choice. She has taken to abusing you both mentally and physically, but other than that you don't really like her, said Mira, shocking Naruto by her last statement. Don't like her? What do you mean by that? Asked Naruto in a confused tone as he looked at Mira. Mira let out a sigh. I don't blame you for not understanding, because for years nobody was willing to teach you properly or give you the talk that most kids receive from a young age. You only feel admiration for that Sakura girl. She was bullied because of her large forehead and was not really that popular, but over the years she became one of the popular girls in the class, so you admired her in being able to achieve the one thing you couldn't achieve, said Mira as she watched as Naruto went into a multitude of emotions before it became emotionless. You wanted attention, and the bad kind of attention, so you accepted the abuse that was delivered on you to get recognition from the villagers, although it only gave you the opposite. People only saw you as a nuisance and troublemaker, so they pushed their children away, not wanting them to get involved with you. But again, it's not your fault. You were not expected to understand everything, said Mira as she watched Naruto's eyes teared up when faced with reality and a different perspective that he was ignorant to see. Pushing herself off the throne, she walked towards the vulnerable Naruto and brought him into a hug. People always says that men shouldn't cry, but I say screw that. Crying doesn't mean you're weak, it only means you're strong, that you have endured and survived, and most importantly that you are human, so let me be there to comfort you, said Mira with a smile on her face as Naruto gripped her shirt tightly before he started crying, releasing all his pent-up frustration that he had hidden under the happy-go-lucky facade. It was half an hour that his tears had dried, and Naruto had realized how good it felt to be embraced in such a way and given a shoulder to lean on. He felt like an idiot for calling Inari a crybaby, but there was no use in dwelling on the past. He now have the chance to change his life around, and for the better. But we're going to also have you study all over again. I can't have a descendant who has the mentality of a 5 years old, said Mira sweetly, making Naruto shiver. But unlike before, he didn't protest or make a scene. He knew that Mira will teach him everything he needed to learn and will not judge him or abuse him like most of the Chunin instructors in the academy. Teach me, Sensei, said Naruto as Mira smiled widely as she was ready to pass down her teachings onto Naruto and make him into a fine young man who will one day surpass her. After all, he had the capabilities in him but just needed a good push, maybe even a good kick to reach his potential. Mira gave an evil smirk that made Naruto shiver. Let's start our training right away, said Mira as she started chuckling darkly. That Naruto snapped his neck towards the crazy woman. What are you laughing at? Asked Naruto as Mira turned towards him with a glint in her eyes. Nothing to worry about, just thinking about all kinds of training that I will have you do, said Mira. Oh shit. She has that glint in her eyes. I am so screwed, but worth it, thought Naruto as he started sweating slightly in fear. I wonder how he will react to the changes that will happen to his body, thought Mira before she shrugged her shoulders, not finding any problem at this point. Jiraiya was laughing as he flirted his way out of the brothel. Goodbye, girls, said Jiraiya, who had a red tint in his cheeks showing the amount of alcohol he had consumed that night. Goodbye, Jiraiya-san. Make sure to come visit us once more, shouted the girls at the brothel as the man smiled. Of course, ladies, said Jiraiya excitedly before he walked away to the hotel he booked. I wonder what the brat has been doing? Asked Jiraiya to himself as he walked towards the room. Opening it, he was surprised to see the room empty and the light shut, which was either two things. Naruto is out there eating ramen, but at the time of the night it would be impossible for any shops to be open except for the shady club that are around the area, so the only option is that Naruto is trying to prank him in some way, but being a master spy, nothing could get around him, and he didn't sense Naruto. The last option is that Naruto had trained himself to chakra exhaustion, and it wouldn't surprise him as the boy have done that multiple times. Even sleeping outside in the open at the beginning, he would have just ignored it and let him do his thing, but at this point of time where Akatsuki is still out there, he wouldn't be surprised if they tried to kidnap him and imprison him until they could seal the tailed beast one by one. Despite his drunken state, he decided to push himself to find Naruto. He was not in the best shape, so his senses were dulled due to the effect of the alcohol being in his system. I really wish I could purge the alcohol from my system like Tsunade, thought Jiraiya. Luckily for him, Naruto was where he left him sleeping on the ground. Jiraiya had frozen his place as he had to take a double take at what he was seeing right in front of his eyes, as Naruto's appearance have changed drastically as he has grown quite taller, that he would no longer be called a shrimp, but most importantly his whiskers were gone and his hair had turned white. What in Minato's name happened here? Asked Jiraiya, finally sobering enough, as the first thing that came to his mind was the nine tails as he rushed towards the former blonde, pulling the boy orange jacket along with his white shirt, revealing the boy navel. Applying chakra revealed the 8 tetragram seal. Checking the seal, there was nothing wrong with it. Everything was going smoothly, so he frowned. This was not the nine tails doing, he should know since he had studied his deceased student seal, and it was a piece of art. The 8 tetragram seal would not allow even more than 4 tails to be released unless he decided to loosen the seal himself to allow the boy to access more tails if he proved to be capable of handling the strain and holding his human side without submitting to the animalistic side. Jiraiya was frustrated because he didn't have an answer to that phenomenon that just occurred to Naruto. His mind then shifted to Tsunade, the Godame Hokage of the Leaf Village. What was he going to tell her? But one thing was for sure, he needed answers before he could do anything, as send a missive to Tsunade and incur her wrath for being an incompetent sensei. Picking the boy from the ground, he decided to take him back to the hotel. He then looked at the orange jumpsuit as it started to rip due to the boy's unnatural growth. We will probably need to get him new clothes. Hopefully, he could part with the orange jumpsuit. God knows how much he liked the color orange, thought Jiraiya as he let out a sigh before retiring for the night with lots of unanswered questions. Jiraiya could be seen sitting in an hotel room. Oddly enough, he wasn't out there peeping at the girls in the hot springs or spending a night at the brothel getting a one-night stand like he always did. This time the man was sitting on a chair and a table in front of him as he dipped his ink pen in the ink box before he started writing on the white paper. It has been a long year ever since he took Naruto on the training trip in order to prepare him for the eventual confrontation with the threat known as the Akatsuki, which is an organization consistent of S-ranks nuke nin with the sole purpose of capturing the Jinchuriki for whatever goal. It still remained unclear, but it was obvious that Biju were some sort of national treasure to each hidden village, so it would be impossible for these said village to even part away with it. Jiraiya really wanted to teach a lot of things to Naruto, but they only had 3 years to train and get ready for the Akatsuki, so all plans were thrown aside as he had to prioritize in fixing Naruto basics, which includes having the boy reach an acceptable chakra control level, because at this point having no chakra control would prevent Naruto from learning anything else. Dispelling genjutsu was another thing that he wanted Naruto to learn to break, as he took into consideration Itachi Uchiha Sharingan genjutsu. Although he doubted the boy will be able to break all of his genjutsu, but standing a chance was a much better choice, as such chakra control was needed because you can't release little or too much chakra. In a way, dispelling genjutsu is like tree walking exercise. Summoning jutsu was the very next thing he had prioritized. Maybe it was because he wanted to leave a successor behind to the Toad clan, but it was obvious that summoning contracts are quite rare to find in the Elemental Nation, and some of the summoning clan are loyal to certain clans, like the Monkey clan being loyal to the Sarutobi clan. So you could expect that having the strongest summoning clan of Konoha would be an extremely helpful tool, especially when combating the Akatsuki threat. So he wanted Naruto to be capable of summoning battle toads in his battles and be able to create synchronization with his familiar toad, which was Gamakichi. Combat was the very next thing he wanted Naruto to get used to, as he wanted Naruto to transition from those brawler-style taijutsu to the Toad clan taijutsu katas, which will be helpful to him when he learns the Sage mode of the Toad clan. Battle tactics was also part of the combat part, as he wanted Naruto to build to some level patience to not rush into battle blindly and use every element to his advantage. That includes the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The last thing he wanted to try was having Naruto get comfortable with the Nine-Tail Chakra, because while the Akatsuki are an organization that specializes with capturing Biju, but nobody could deny that if anyone managed to get control over the Nine-Tails Chakra, then they will become a literal powerhouse that even the Akatsuki will be hesitant to attack, which will only give them time to even explore the Sage mode, which will only give him a boost of power, and then the prophecy will come true, with Naruto saving the world and ending this senseless bloodshed by creating true peace. That's what he truly hoped, but things weren't the same ever since he found Naruto that day looking completely different than before. He had at first believed that the Nine Tails had somehow bypassed the seal, but that would have been impossible as he would have sensed it, and when he checked the seal it was obvious to him that the changes weren't the Nine Tails doing. What he didn't take into account is Naruto's change of attitude that came with his appearance. It was obviously slow, but he noticed how Naruto became quiet and reserved, only talking when he is addressed to in the first place or saying a few words. It was quite concerning for him, especially how Naruto was considered to be quite an eager person to know others, but the current Naruto is quite distrusting and suspicious of any and all strangers, being highly defensive but polite all the same. He had also started demonstrating high-level intelligence that was previously impossible for him to have, and while he supported such a positive changes, he was quite frustrated because he wanted to know what could have resulted in the changes. He tried asking Naruto himself, but to his surprise Naruto was quite tight-lipped about everything as he constantly gave him vague answers that only left more questions than answers. At this point he was tempted to drag him back to the village because Naruto was pretty much withholding information that could be quite dangerous in their travels. But he had submitted himself to the prophecy of the Toad clan. As much as he hated the mysterious air that surrounded Naruto, he had to take into consideration that Naruto might be the child of prophecy and he needed to train him so he can bring peace to the world, a dream he, Minato and Sarutobi had shared. Still he needed information, and since Naruto wouldn't talk he decided to try another method, which is the old sparring session, which sounds innocent on the outside, but his intention is to analyze Naruto the very last details. You will be surprised at how much you can know about a person with the way they fight, and Jiraiya has succeeded, although he knew that Naruto was aware of his intention behind this so-called sparring session. When he started analyzing Naruto in their sparring session, there were many things that have changed, well, more like everything had changed about him, as his taijutsu style, unlike that brawler style that he used previously, gave him an idea that Naruto is a swordsman, as the way his foot was planted on the ground and the way his hands moved further confirmed it. He had to admit the taijutsu style was a very good one, as it was based on the concept of treating your body as a living weapon while also disarming a person off their weapons, and use everything around you. That includes kunai as well, which he could remember when Naruto flung a kunai towards him like some sort of projectile, and it resulted in the kunai to pierce two trees, which if he didn't know any better he would think that Naruto used wind jutsu, like how Asuma uses his wind jutsu with his trench knives. Then the last problem is training. Jiraiya liked to believe that he was a good teacher. He had taught the Yondaime, who quickly rose up to become the strongest shinobi of his time, and he was still not in his prime. He was very much young. Jiraiya had trained Minato, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato and Naruto the same way he was taught by his own sensei Hiruzen. Many people had questioned his teaching methods, as he was known to throw the material in the lap of his student before going to indulge in 3 shinobi vices, but despite popular beliefs he never overestimate anyone's ability, and when he placed the material in his student lap he is confident that this is within their capabilities, and he was proven right on multiple times. Even Naruto, who had the mentality of an 8-year-old, was able to perform an A-rank jutsu, the Rasengan, in a matter of 1 week, which showed and proved to Jiraiya that Naruto was a prodigy, although he was still a coal that needed to be heated to reveal the diamond that is hiding inside. Jiraiya always knew that Naruto has deep fascination for jutsus, having been under his Jonin sensei Kakashi Hatake, who was known for having copied 1,000 jutsus. It was bound to happen that Naruto would take interest in the department, and with his massive reserve of chakra that idea didn't seem to be impossible. If anything, he believed Naruto would excel in the ninjutsu aspect, but they were running out of time. Besides, ninjutsu required deep understanding in the mechanism of the jutsu, which Naruto didn't have the patience for. So it was a massive surprise when Naruto just simply did as he was told without making an unnecessary fuss about learning jutsu. While that would have made him sigh in relief at not having his ear blown by Naruto screaming of protest, he suspected that he didn't protest because he wanted him out of his hair so he could train in other things that weren't in the training plan. That brings him to the conclusion that someone is training Naruto. His own godson is being trained by another person. Just thinking about the idea in itself was a big taboo. He was supposed to train the child of prophecy, in which, mind you, was prophesied by Gamamaru, the great toad sage of Mt. Mayaboku. He really wanted to find that person and give him, her, a piece of his mind about sticking her nose into other people's business. Despite his anger, he had decided to catch Naruto's interest the same way he did a year ago when he first met him, and that is the typical way to teach him something cool that will make him more eager for more, and taking into consideration Naruto's interest in swordsmanship, which was seen from the way he looks at swords and the way he fights, made what he was going to do even more better. He had contacted both Elder Toads Fukasaku and Shima about the situation, and they decided that in order to renew his interest in Jiraiya and fulfill the prophecy, they will teach him the sword style of the Toad clan, which followed the same basic concept of the taijutsu kata of the Toad clan. Sadly for them, they failed miserably, as Naruto pretty much considered it a taboo to learn anything other than his mother's sword style. Flashback. The two elder toads were resting on both Jiraiya's shoulders, both sporting smiles on their faces. They have all come to an agreement that teaching Naruto the sword style of the Toad clan would ensure the boy wouldn't run to anyone else for training, as the prophecy needed to be fulfilled. Are we sure this is going to work? Asked Shima. She was obviously the most concerned out of the two idiots, as she knew that this won't be a pleasant confrontation. I'm sure it will work. It's Naruto after all. No matter how much change he went through, he will obviously be interested in learning something cool to impress everyone, including his crush over the pink-haired girl in Konoha. I believe her name was Sakura, said Jiraiya as he giggled perversely, much to the ire of Ma. Putting aside Jiraiya's perverseness, the prophecy made by Gamamaru-sama needed to be fulfilled, or this world won't survive to see another day, said Pa with a small frown on his face, yet held a smile on his face in hope. Naruto could be seen walking towards the mountain area where Jiraiya had called him for their training session. He had obviously changed a lot since he started, as he wore a white shirt with his mother black cloak encompassing his left arm. He was wearing a black cargo pants. His white hair swayed around as the cool breeze of the mountain range hit him softly in the face, but he didn't show any signs of being bothered, as he held the emotionless look that he had learned from his mother's emotion control lesson. He found Jiraiya with two toads sitting on both his shoulders. They were obviously a little taken aback by his appearance, but he didn't find any reason to care. Hello Jiraiya-san, I see that you've brought two guests with you. My name is Naruto Yu. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, said Naruto in a polite tone, impressing the two elders' toads, but found themselves frowning with the way he introduced himself. It was obvious that he had discarded his Uzumaki name. Likewise, Naruto-chan, my name is Shima, just call me Ma. Ma introduced herself quite happily that Naruto wasn't a glorified pervert like his sensei. My name Fukasaku, but just call me Pa, and we're both the elders to the Toad clans, introduced Pa, quite impressed. Very well, but why don't we get to the topic? I already know that two elder toads wouldn't just come all the way here just to get to know a rookie summoner of the Toad clan, said Naruto as Pa and Ma sweat slightly, realizing that he is already aware that they have an intention behind this meeting. I asked them to come here personally since I realized that you have an interest in swordsmanship. Sadly, I'm not really a fan of swords, so I decided to ask them if they could train you in the sword style of the Toad clan, said Jiraiya with a jovial tone, as he smirked, thinking that Naruto will be more eager. No, was the response that came from Naruto, which had taken them all off guard, not expecting anyone to refuse such a gracious offer. Obviously both Pa and Ma were in control of their emotions, but Jiraiya didn't have such control. Why that? Do you realize how rare it is to get training from two elder toads? You should be honored that they are willing to teach you, asked Jiraiya, quite pissed to say the least. Jiraiya-chan, it's his choice to make. We didn't come here to pressure him, said Pa, slightly disappointed but quite understanding. Naruto didn't seem bothered by Jiraiya's reaction. I have no issues with the two elders and their offer, but I'm not going to learn any other kenjutsu style that isn't taught to me by Mom. I am the 26th master of the Moonlight / Woolguang sword style of the Yu clan, and I'm proud of it, said Naruto with pride in his voice. Mom? Could it be Kushina? But that's impossible, she is dead. Besides, what the hell is the Yu clan? Thought Jiraiya with panic, realizing that Naruto was indeed taught by someone else. So you went to someone else for training? Am I not good enough for you? Asked Jiraiya with a hint of anger and sadness. Naruto looked at the man with a slight frown. I will be brutally honest with you, Jiraiya, you're a good sensei, but as you said before when we started this trip, we don't have time to play around. Sadly, you don't have self-control, which is why you spend half of the day either spying on the innocent women in the hot springs or blowing Lady Tsunade monthly stipend on brothels instead of properly using it to further my training, said Naruto as Jiraiya flinched and Ma glared at the older man. Since our time is quite limited to say the least, you wanted to teach me the basic that is taught in the academy and how to use the Nine Tails chakra. I don't simply have the time to waste over something that will only cripple me, and when I say cripple I'm speaking about relying on the power of the Nine Tails to survive, which is the last thing I want, said Naruto, which Ma and Pa agreed. Who is this mom and how did you meet her? Asked Jiraiya, wanting information on this person. The only thing you need to know is that my mom was the one who taught me everything, and she did a better job at it than you could ever hope to accomplish in 3 years, and most importantly she cared about me and understood me, said Naruto as Jiraiya lowered his head. But you were always smiling and cheerful, undeterred by anything, said Jiraiya as Naruto gave him a disappointed look. It's easy for people to assume that just because I smile from ear to ear that no matter what kind of problem I face I will just bounce right from it, but none of you really understood how I really felt. You just acted on baseless assumption, said Naruto as Jiraiya flinched. At this point, Jiraiya, I don't really trust you with anything because you haven't properly earned it, said Naruto as he turned around and simply left. End of flashback. At this point, Jiraiya knew that Naruto doesn't trust him with anything even though he was his godfather. For a few months he didn't know what to do anymore, but one thing is clear is that Tsunade finally needs to be made aware of what was happening. He was going to send a missive telling her about everything that had happened so far. He knows that she will obviously be furious at him since he hid that information for an entire year, and when she realizes what he has been doing on the trip he will be reintroduced to her fist. He knows that there is a high chance that this training trip will be cancelled altogether and the both of them called back to Konoha. He can't keep holding back Naruto. He had tried to gain his trust, but he realized how difficult it is to regain Naruto trust once you broke it. At this point they were merely strangers as he still continued training Naruto, but it was obvious that with his newfound intelligence he had been able to absorb everything quickly. He should have felt some sort of pride that he had another genius as a student, but that honor wasn't his. Folding the paper he sealed it inside a scroll before sending it through his toad summon. He could only wait for Tsunade to answer his letter. Behind the walls was Naruto, who shook his head. So that's your decision, Jiraiya. Sorry, but I'm not going to return to the village without completing my training, thought Naruto as he waited for Jiraiya to finally sleep before he left his own letter and departed from the small town far away from the safety of Jiraiya and Konoha. The entire Hokage mansion shook by Tsunade's super strength as her fist collided with Jiraiya's chest, sending him crashing onto the multiple walls as he laid between the rubble of the destroyed walls. Tsunade was furious beyond anything as she glared at her former teammate. How could you, Jiraiya? I asked you to train Naruto properly, but instead you tell me that you have been spending the monthly stipend that I have instructed to be used in his growth in whorehouses, and then you hid from me for an entire year about the changes that happened to him. Good job, he ran away, Jiraiya, shouted Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. This was an unexpected situation for both of us and for Jiraiya-sama himself. I doubted he wanted to worry you, said Shizune as she successfully calmed down Tsunade, who took a seat on her chair, obviously ignoring her table that was broken in half by a karate chop. Jiraiya stood up from the rubble, showing himself to be in a much better state than anyone would expect from a guy who got punched through walls. This was unexpected even for me, Tsunade, but I guess he ran away when he realized that I was sending a missive to you, so he probably thought that you would cancel the 3 years training trip, explained Jiraiya as Tsunade let out a sigh. The problem is the council itself. Konoha is still sore from when Sasuke Uchiha betrayed the village for Orochimaru, and now with Naruto doing the same, even if he is planning to return after the 3 years would make them quite angry, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to add him in the bingo book as a rogue shinobi. Tsunade showed great worry, and Jiraiya understood the ramification of such action. It's not as simple as you might think, Tsunade. If Naruto completed the 3 years training trip, I doubt anyone in this entire elemental nation could pose a threat to him, which means if those old fools of the council, especially Danzo, had tried to attack, this could very well mean our demise, said Jiraiya as Tsunade's eye widened, including Shizen. One thing they knew about Jiraiya, and that is he never over-exaggerates someone's ability. Are you really serious, Jiraiya? Do you really think that he is so skilled that he would pose a threat? Asked Tsunade. I'm not saying that Naruto is evil here or that he would destroy us, but we need to take into account that Naruto is not the same idiot. Everyone knows he has changed, and he won't hesitate to end if felt threatened or just simply annoyed, said Jiraiya as Tsunade let out a sigh. She rubbed her forehead. We need Naruto back in the village. He can't just roam around the elemental nation, especially with those Akatsuki running around. Our only best bet is to have Konoha 11 be sent to retrieve him, said Tsunade as Jiraiya lightened up. That does sound like a good idea. I doubt Naruto would hurt his friends, said Jiraiya, finding himself agreeing to the idea. But until then we need to track him, and quickly, before anyone else could get the bright idea to try and take him away, said Tsunade as Jiraiya nodded, leaving the room in order to start searching for Naruto. Naruto was walking in muddy terrain as he observed the thick mist, but his enhanced senses made it impossible for anyone to even take him off guard. His appearance hasn't changed much aside from Bangxian being strapped to his waist. Naruto knew that eventually a search party will be sent with the purpose of finding him, and he wasn't intending on making it easy. As such, going to the water country was the best choice, especially around the hidden mist village, which was notorious for being called the Bloody Mist Village due to the graduation exam requiring you to end everyone in your graduation classroom. Naruto knew that with Yagura still in power, he would be more surrounded with the most twisted bastards in the Mist Village, and this was an opportunity to get fighting experience. His musing was cut short when he heard the sound of weapon clashing. Should I go check it out? Thought Naruto before he decided to succumb to his curiosity as he headed towards the location of the battle. Perching on the tree, he observed 10 hidden mist jounins surrounding a girl who was his age. She was obviously tired, but what caught his interest was the 3-tomo Sharingan that was spinning wildly. Surrender, Kiomi Uchiha. You have nowhere to run, said one of the female jonin of Kirigakure as she glared at the 14-year-old girl. Like, I will surrender to you bastards. You will just end me like all bloodline users, said Kiomi, her voice dripping venom and her eyes showed defiance. A male jonin gave a maniacal chuckle. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Kiomi-chan. After all, it is much more fun when the prey beg for mercy, said the jonin with a sadistic glee before he then started to eye her. For a 14-year-old brat, you have such a curvaceous body, it's a shame we will have to end you. If left a little you could have grown even more beautiful, but you will have to do for now, continued the jonin as he licked his lips. Kiomi Uchiha closed her eyes before she opened it once more, revealing her Sharingan eyes that were straining from her consumption of chakra. She was an Uchiha, as such she was going to fight to the bitter end as she willed herself to grab her kunai. The jonins of Kirigakure rushed towards the weakened Kiomi with the intention to end her, but that never happened because Naruto decided that he had enough, watching as he jumped in front of Kiomi, shocking her and the other jonins, never expecting a kid to appear. Naruto capitalized on that to draw Bangxian, which immediately caught everyone's attention due to its unique appearance before he brought his sword in a downward diagonal direction. Subtle slide, said Naruto as he watched as the group of jonin were cut from the waist, ending them immediately. Kiomi was amazed as she fell to the ground looking at her savior, who then turned towards the 5 other jonin. Leave or die, said Naruto with a cold tone as the 5 jonin shivered in fear before they decided that it wasn't worth throwing their lives away. Okay man, we're leaving, she's not worth risking our life for, shouted one of the jonin who was the first to run away from the scene, followed by the others. Bangxian vanished from Naruto's hand before finding itself back to his waist as Naruto looked at Kiomi, who looked at him with a small red tint in her cheeks but also in amazement. Are you okay there? Asked Naruto as he kneeled in front of the girl and brought his hand so she could grab onto, which she complied as she grabbed onto his hands. Why yes, I'm fine, thanks to you, said Kiomi, although she found herself slightly stuttering as her cheeks reddened. Well, I'm glad to hear. My name is Naruto you. I already know from observing that your name is Kiomi Uchiha, said Naruto as Kiomi nodded shyly. Are you by chance related to Sasuke Uchiha? Asked Naruto in a curious tone as Kiyomi's eyes widened before she grabbed him, shaking him. Wait, you know my big brother? Where is he? Asked a hopeful Kiomi as she frantically asked Naruto. Naruto grabbed her hand, stopping her from shaking him even more. Sasuke Uchiha was my former teammate. He had deserted the village for Orochimaru of the Sannin in order to get revenge on Itachi Uchiha for the clan massacre, said Naruto as he watched multiple emotion go through her face before she bursted into tears. Naruto was surprised, not really expecting the girl to cry like that, as he comforted her by bringing her into a hug which she hugged back. Why do they have to fight like that? Asked Kiomi through tears. I don't really know. As his teammate I was sent to retrieve him, but I was tired at the time because of the sound for trying to delay us. I ended up confronting him, but at the end he won and almost ended me with an A-rank assassination jutsu, said Naruto as Kiomi cried even more, realizing that Sasuke was willing to even sever his ties with his teammates. Naruto then grabbed her bridal style, much to her surprise, embarrassment, and secretly to her enjoyment. We should get away from here. It's not safe. I will answer your questions regarding your two brothers, said Naruto as Kiomi nodded, although she realized that with her adrenaline running out she had started to get exhausted and her eyelids started to get heavy before she laid her head on his chest, succumbing to unconsciousness. Naruto had managed to find a cave in which he decided to place the unconscious Uchiha princess on a sleeping bag that he brought with him. Using the shadow clone, he had them gather the necessary items to start a bonfire as he sat in a rock watching over the sleeping form of Kiomi Uchiha. She's different from the rest of her clan, thought Naruto as he remembered how she reacted even after knowing that Itachi ended the entire clan. She only cared about her two siblings not fighting to the death. He then glanced towards the sleeping girl. She was obviously quite stunning. She has long, black hair with some spiky ends at the back of the top part of it, much like most Uchihas are known in terms of hairstyle. Like her family, she possesses black eyes. If he had to guess, Kiomi was quite short, maybe at the height of his teammate Sakura Haruno, but with longer hair. She was wearing a gray shirt with the Uchiha clan logo. She also had a dark gray colored jacket. She wears blue sandals which match well with her outfit. Her left arm and right elbow were wrapped around bandages. Her lower legs to her knees showed bandages as well. She had a ninja pouch on her right thigh. He then decided to look away and at the bonfire, realizing that he had been staring at her for quite a while. She was a stranger at this point, even though she was related to his former teammate Sasuke, but maybe seeing her fight like that despite her injuries and being outnumbered made him respect her, and much to his embarrassment he found it quite hot. Ah, great. I guess that is one thing I inherited from mom, and that is being into strong women, thought Naruto as he remembered how his mother fell in love with Dewi, and that is because Dewi was a certified badass. He could already hear Mira laughter inside his mindscape, probably finding the entire situation funny and cute. Naruto then decided to finally get to sleep as he leaned his back on the rough walls of the cave and closed his eyes, getting into a light sleep. It was the next day, and Kiomi found her eyes open to be met with the sun rays before she tried to remember what happened the previous day, before she remembered being cornered, and then saved as she looked around her, noticing the bonfire that was still illuminating the cave, releasing a warm aura which kept her warm the entire night, before she looked at the corner of the cave to see Naruto sleeping. She looked down, realizing that she had been sleeping inside her savior's sleeping bag and felt quite guilty about it. She then unzipped the sleeping bag as she stood up, finding herself in her shinobi garment untouched as she stretched her muscles, but couldn't help but give subtle glances at the sleeping Naruto, who had a peaceful look on his face, as she couldn't help but remember how he jumped in and saved her, like those stories of the princess and the knight. Especially the way he held her made her feel special, but she decided to banish those thoughts. Don't move too much, you're still injured, came the voice of Naruto, who opened his eyes from his light sleep, making her scream slightly as she looked at the boy incredulously. You were awake this whole time? Asked Kiomi, a little hesitant, but Naruto just shook his head. I'm a light sleeper, and considering that we're in the water country, which is close to the mist village, this makes it more dangerous to sleep in the first place, but I doubt anyone will find this cave, so you should rest, said Naruto as Kiomi nodded her head as she walked towards the sleeping bag and got in. I'm sorry if I took your sleeping bag, it must have been hard to sleep on the hard floor, said Kiomi with an apologetic look. Naruto just simply chuckled. Don't worry about the minor details, but I have a hard time believing that Sasuke had such a beautiful sister who is much kinder and not emo-like, said Naruto with an amused tone as he watched Kiyomi's face redden the compliment. Can you tell me about my brother Sasuke, and if you know something about Itachi please tell me? Pleaded Kiyomi as she gripped the sleeping bag in frustration. Sasuke was a very good person to be around back before the Uchiha massacre. He more than anyone in the village took pride in his cool older brother Itachi, and as such he wanted to one day surpass him to make him and his parents proud, said Naruto as Kiyomi simply listened. After the Uchiha massacre, his mind was warped as his perception of his older brother was shattered and only saw the person who robbed him from his family and clan honor, so he isolated himself, keeping mostly to himself and disregarding everyone including the group of fangirls that he garnered in the academy, said Naruto as Kiyomi flinched slightly. At the academy I was known as Naruto Uzumaki, but the last name hold no value to me anymore because the last name remind me of what everyone saw me, and that is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki who robbed them from their loved ones, said Naruto with a bitter tone as he looked at the shocked Kiyomi before her expression softened. It must have been quite hard being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I don't really want to pity you, but I'm sorry that you had to experience something like that early on in your childhood, said Kiyomi as Naruto smiled slightly. Thank you. Now to continue, your brother and I were put on the same team along with his number one fangirl Sakura Haruno, which ironically I had a crush on, but I no longer like her, only feeling pity for her as our Jonin sensei was Kakashi Hatake, said Naruto as Kiyomi nodded her head, a little familiar with the Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was a very late person as he always came 3 hours late, but nobody could deny that he had helped Sasuke improve mentally, as he always believed that those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. After a few months together as a team, Sasuke had started to forget about his revenge, but both his meeting with Orochimaru and Itachi had pretty much f'd up everything, said Naruto as he watched Kiyomi's expression turn to worry. Orochimaru had gave Sasuke his curse mark, and Itachi used Tsukuyomi to have Sasuke be put in a comatose to watch the clan massacre multiple times. It was then that he remembered his revenge goal, and the Sound Four came at the time to escort him out of the village and to Orochimaru, said Naruto as Kiyomi nodded her head slowly with sadness in her eyes. I don't really know much about Itachi aside from the fact that he joined a group of S ranks called the Akatsuki, whose sole purpose is to gather the tailed beasts. For what purpose we don't know, but I had a confrontation with him and his partner Kisame Hashigake of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. He was obviously a calm person and the more reasonable out of the two of them, which is why I have a hard time understanding what is going through his head, said Naruto as Kiyomi looked down in the ground in shame, not wanting to look at Naruto in the eyes. Naruto had suffered at the hand of her two older brothers. Then why did you save me? My two elder brothers hurt you, so why? Asked Kiyomi, tears freely escaping her eyes. I'm not one to hold grudges. I knew the moment I placed the leaf headband that I will have to deal with situation like this. Besides, why would I blame you for the sins of your brothers? After all, I had people in the village treat me as the Kyuubi incarnate, so if I hurt you simply because of your lineage, then I would be no better than those civilians, said Naruto with a small smile as he walked towards the girl and brought her to his eye level by pulling her chin up. Kiyomi blushed slightly as she twiddled with her fingers. So what are you going to do now? Asked Kiyomi, a little nervous. We are going to travel together. I originally came here to get some experience by fighting some Kiri shinobi who are part of Yagura forces, although judging from the 10 that chased you they were already pathetic, said Naruto, making Kiyomi's sweat drop slightly but confused. Why do you want me to travel with you? Asked Kiyomi, a little hesitant as Naruto gave her a deadpan look. You're pretty much a target for Yagura. The next time he will probably send more than 10 jonin, maybe even the hunter ninja will be involved as well. Having at least one person to have your back would be a much better idea, said Naruto as Kiyomi nodded her head, finding logic in his words but quite happy that she got to be around her savior. So where are we going to go, Naruto-kun? Asked Kiyomi as Naruto raised an eyebrow at the suffix but didn't pay mind to it. After you're fully recovered, we're going to go through some drills merely to get an idea of your full capabilities. After all, Kirigakure is a dangerous place to live in if you're not strong enough, and if you have a bloodline your life is even more difficult, said Naruto as he could see Kiyomi deflate. Obviously being called weak indirectly was getting to her self-esteem. But still nobody could deny that you have potential to be something even more deadlier. I'm not saying this to get you down. It's best to know your limits rather than try to force yourself into impossible situation that will only get you ended, and Kirigakure is a place where you can't let your guard down unless you want yourself to get ended, said Naruto as he could see Kiomi brighten up at the compliment and smiled himself. What are you going to do after that, Naruto-kun? Asked Kiomi as she looked at Naruto curiously. Naruto looked at her. Based on your capabilities, I will be able to determine what suits you best and what needs to be focused on, because one thing every bloodline user falls into is their over-reliance on their bloodline, and that is a big mistake that need to be quickly fixed, said Naruto as Kiomi blushed in embarrassment as she was extremely reliant on her Sharingan. My test will consist of taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, bokujutsu, dojutsu. These are the things that I will test you on. I will be honest with you, there are things I'm not really knowledgeable at, but doesn't mean that I can't tell you a few jutsu that I know how its mechanism work, which include a lot of fire jutsu, water jutsu that I've seen both Sasuke, Kakashi and other shinobi I've seen in my travel use, said Naruto as Kiomi nodded her head excitedly. I'm ready, Naruto-kun, said Kiomi with determination as Naruto nodded with a small smile. Let's test your resolve then, Kiomi-chan, said Naruto as Kiomi shivered, knowing that this won't be anything pretty. Kiomi Uchiha had realized that Naruto was a sadist. When she accepted training, she was expecting something normal, but he was a slave driver requesting ridiculous training regimen that she doubted if any normal person could survive it. But she begrudgingly followed the training regimen merely because Naruto himself had gone through the training regimen, and she had to admit the training had been useful and learned that everything Naruto did was for a reason, no matter how much it sounded useless or ridiculous. The physical portion of their training was merely to work on her endurance and durability, as he had her work until she can no longer move her body no matter how much it hurt. The next day, she was able to outlast her previous record. When it came to taijutsu, Naruto proved to be the strongest out of the two of them as he beat her up to the ground. Kiomi couldn't say that she hated it. If anything, she was grateful that Naruto didn't give her the kid gloves and showed her the openings in her taijutsu style, and the bruises served as a reminder of her weakness, which made her push herself to improve. Ninjutsu was a little harder since Naruto wasn't a ninjutsu specialist, but he did remember multiple hand signs for fire jutsu, water jutsu, earth jutsu, and lighting jutsu. The only problem is that she needed to understand how its mechanism work in order to use it, because chakra are needed to be needed in some way in order to use the jutsu. Like in the case of the fireball jutsu, she have to need her chakra to her lungs and expel the fire from her mouth. Although it was obvious to Naruto that fire jutsu was something she excelled at the most, that's why he taught her every fire jutsu he could remember. At this point he knew that she would reach a level that surpasses even the normal fire jutsu. When it comes to bokujutsu, Kiomi excelled in the shuriken jutsu, which was obvious considering that she has the Uchiha blood running through her veins. She also had taken interest in using an umbrella as a weapon, and Naruto encouraged it as it was the perfect weapon for her, as on the outside it looked like a normal umbrella, but in reality it was a deadly weapon when she used it. When it came to genjutsu, she obviously excelled in it even compared to both her elder siblings, which speak volumes of her abilities, and Naruto made sure to remind her every day that she had potential, which did wonders for her self-esteem. Naruto knew that she had a lot of untapped potential to surpass her two siblings, especially in the genjutsu and the fire jutsu aspect, but with his physical conditioning that he gave her, she was going to be dangerous in battle with or without the Sharingan, as he had her train her eyes to the point that her eyes was a two-tomo Sharingan in itself without the slow motion aspect. All she needed was experience, and Naruto had taken her multiple times to ambush some of Yagura forces, and she had proven herself to be a capable kunoichi, and Naruto knew it was a matter of time before they both were placed in the bingo book. It has been 1 year and 9 months since Naruto had left in the 3 years training trip, and 9 months since he left Jiraiya protection and Konoha as a whole to continue his training. Tsunade has been agitated ever since then, as she had been sending search parties to locate Naruto. The only thing they found was that Naruto might have been sighted around Kirigakure. It was obvious that no matter how much she tried to hide Naruto deserting the protection of Jiraiya and to extension Konoha as well. Sadly, Danzo already knew of everything and made sure to bring it up in the council meeting. Luckily for her, the Konoha clan had already taken a liking to Naruto, as such they were on her side, but Koharu and Hamura have been requesting that Naruto would be captured and have his movement restricted inside the village. Sadly for the old fools, Naruto had a lot of influence outside, and if word got out that Konoha is restricting him, would put Konoha in a bad position in front of its allies that was gained by Naruto, which includes the Godame Kazekage Gaara, who shared a close bond with Naruto. When that was brought up by Shikaku Nara, the elders had realized that they were cornered and had relented in their decision, although Danzo was quite disappointed. If anything, he wanted Naruto in his root organization. Now they have come to a breakthrough, as in front of Tsunade was the updated bingo book of Kirigakure open to reveal a picture of Naruto. His picture was taking almost the entire page. How could this have happened? Asked Sakura in disbelief as she looked at the bingo book with bug eyes, although she couldn't hide her blush that was dusting on her cheeks as she looked at her teammate's picture. What are we going to do, Lady Tsunade? Naruto is an S-rank criminal in Kirigakure for his actions, said Shizen with a concerned tone for Naruto's well-being. This is a difficult situation that we're in, and I doubt that it will be easy to send a retrieval team without causing an international problem with the Yonde Mizukage, and if word got out that he is one of our shinobi, it will cause even more problem for Konoha, even though I don't really care about the consequences, said Tsunade as she rubbed her forehead, as she wanted to send a retrieval team, but her position as a Hokage demanded her to not interfere for the moment. You can't be serious, Master Tsunade. Can't we just do something? Sakura pleading with Tsunade, who frowned at the pink-haired girl. We can't do anything, Sakura. For now, at least, because of his action, the rebel army that is led by Meitorumi are advancing much more quicker than they anticipated. At the pace they're going at, the Yonde Mizukage will be overthrown and a new Mizukage will be put in place. It is then that we could do something, said Tsunade as she looked at her pink-haired disciple. Do you think he could have joined the rebel army? Sakura was concerned that her teammate might have deserted the village for another. Tsunade shakes her head. No. Surprisingly, he had declined the offer of joining the rebel army, but he did offer his assistance. You could say that it's some sort of temporary alliance, said Tsunade. Shizen smiled. I think we've got ourselves a new alliance, Lady Tsunade, said Shizune as Tsunade frowned slightly but smiled. You're right, that might be what we need to ensure that when we get Naruto back in the village, the elders won't get any ideas to have him locked inside the village, said Tsunade. But Sakura tried to argue, seeing that Naruto would be in danger if left alone, but a harsh glare from Tsunade made her stop. Shut up, Sakura. Naruto is not the same goofball that you remember from your academy days. He is an S-rank criminal in Kirigakure who had single-handedly took down a lot of their shinobi who are all Jonin level, and his swordsmanship was said to have surpassed even the famed 7 swordsmen of the mist, said Tsunade as Sakura nodded her head meekly. I know you're worried for your teammate, but what is the point of acting rashly? We need to be patient, and the civil war is tipping in the rebel army favor at this point. By the second year they will already have defeated Yagura, and a new Mizukage will take the Yondaime place, and he would remove Naruto from the bingo book, which will help us easily grab him from there legally, said Tsunade. I understand, Master Tsunade, said Sakura, although she wasn't really happy with being unable to do anything, but she had to agree this situation was beyond their capabilities. Excuse me, Master Tsunade, I will head to the hospital to further my studies, said Sakura as she bowed down to her master before walking away, frustrated at her weakness. Kiomi Uchiha liked to say that she was strong after all. She had overcome the one thing every Uchiha had fallen into, and that is the curse of hatred. She had a terrible childhood, as despite being the daughter of the clan head Fugaka Uchiha, who mind you was a good father even with all his stoicism and ignoring her and Sasuke for Itachi. Sadly, the Uchiha clan were extremely prideful people, which borders even arrogance, as her birth had caused a lot of problems among the clan, as an old law stated that the Uchiha clan head should have strong male offsprings, but she was a female, so in the clan eyes she was an abomination. Her life was constantly in danger. Maybe that was why she was never allowed to even leave the house. Fugaku had tried to convince the clan otherwise, as despite her young age she had a lot of potential that could even surpass Itachi himself, but the Uchiha clan elders were extremely traditional, and the idea of a female heir to surpass the male heir was blasphemy to them. At the end, her father knew that he couldn't do anything, and if he pressed on the matter any further his clan head status would be revoked and another traditional clan head would be put in place and won't hesitate to have her ended. So with a heavy heart, her father and mother had come to a decision, and that is to send her away from the village and to an acquaintance in Kirigakure who will raise her and offer her a somewhat normal life. She could remember vividly her mother crying and her father trying to put on a brave face but couldn't hold back the single tear and the look of self-loathing. She could remember her elder brother Itachi who hugged her tightly, unable to part ways with her but had to let her go for the sake of her future. Sasuke, on the other hand, was unaware of everything. He wasn't told anything because he was too young to understand at the time the heavy decision that adults had to take. Her life in Kirigakure was difficult at first as she had to get used to her new family members, but that didn't last long when the Yonde Mizukichi had started the bloodline purge and her adoptive family were ended and she had to live and survive on her own. Despite her immense courage to have survived all of this without going mentally insane, she was still unable to get the courage to confess her feelings for Naruto, the one person who saved her from being raped and ended by multiple Kirigakure Jonin. The one person who stood by her side and trained her to become who she is today, and the one person who supported her and her dreams of one day stopping her two elder brothers from their suicidal ambitions. She could only watch as Naruto slept inside his own sleeping bag. His face was much calmer, his breathing regular. It always made her heart pound every time as she watched his peaceful sleep. Every night she would sit in front of him admiring him before she slept as well inside her own sleeping bag that formerly belonged to him. This time she couldn't help the movements of her hands as she cupped his cheeks gently, and her lips twitched every time as she leaned slowly, her lips inches away from his before she stopped hesitating. But one look at his face and her lips connected with his. At first it was a simple peck on the lips, but she found herself desiring more and more as each kiss became longer than the previous ones. Her eyes closed, savoring the taste of his lips, being unaware that Naruto was already awake. Kiomi leaned her forehead with Naruto as she took a few deep breaths. "Naruto-kun, I love you. I'm sorry for not being able to tell you properly face to face, but one day I could finally express my feelings properly," said Kiomi, her eyes closed as she poured out her feelings. Naruto smiled slightly as he brought his arm around her waist. Before she could react, he pulled her to a kiss, surprising her as her eyes flew open to see that Naruto was awake the whole time. Separating from the kiss, her face turned atomic red. "And Naruto-kun, why you were awake this whole tea time?" asked Kiomi in shock as she looked at her crush, who gave a smirk. "Yeah, I was awake this whole time," said Naruto with a smirk as he looked at Kiomi, who started twiddling with her fingers nervously. "So you heard my confessions as well?" said Kiomi nervously as she was unable to look her crush in the eyes. "Yes, I also love you, Kiomi-chan. I'm sure my kiss was enough to prove that," said Naruto with a small blush as Kiomi looked at Naruto in the eyes and couldn't help the tears of joy as she jumped towards him, engulfing him in a hug as she smashed her lips with his arms and found itself wrapped around his neck. Naruto, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around her waist as he let the girl take the initiative with the kiss. Separating from the kiss, Kiomi was quite overjoyed as even though she confessed her feelings without knowing that Naruto was awake, she considered this a success in her book regardless. Grabbing the zipper of the sleeping bag, she pulled it down as she got inside the sleeping bag with her hands wrapped around Naruto's waist. Naruto pulled the zipper up to his chest while wrapping his own arm around her waist. It was quite tight between them. Naruto gently brought his hands to gently caress her hair while she rubbed her head onto his hand, enjoying the affection that she was being shown. "So Naruto-kun, does that make us B-boyfriend and G-girlfriend?" asked Kiomi with a small blush as she looked Naruto in the eyes. "Sure, I don't see why not," said Naruto with a smile on his face, something only she had such a privilege to see on his face as she leaned her face upward, catching his lips with hers. "Good night, love," said Kiomi happily as she let her body relax on her boyfriend's arms while Naruto smiled. "Good night, hun," said Naruto as he waited as her eyelids closed in exhaustion, as he waited patiently as her breathing became stable, and then closed his own eyes as well to finally relax. Although he was obviously pulled into his mindscape to meet his mother, who he might add was a sucker for romance, which was a shocker to those who didn't know her on a personal level. She obviously congratulated him as any normal mother did to her children who found his special girl, and then she went on a tirade about how to treat a lady and how to make them feel special while also adding a few of her own stories about her love life with Dewi. He was grateful for his mother no matter how weird she can get, but he loved her the way she is, as he can act around her normally while showing his childish side from time to time that he didn't show to anyone. The current situation looks to be out of a horror movie as bodies littered the battlefield, but among that massacre and river of blood that stained the water we could see a headband stabbed on the muddy ground showing the symbol of Kirigakure. The bodies of Yagura loyal shinobi were laid on the ground headless, some of the bodies were cut in half, others were cut from the waist, and some unlucky souls were stabbed through the throat. Just from the look in their eyes, everyone could see that their death was a very painful one, as they looked in horror and pain as they took their last breath. Those people who suffered such cruel fate were one of Yagura's inner circle, those who had orchestrated the majority of the civil war in Kirigakure. As such, they were given a slow, agonizing death. A part of the battlefield was littered with a raging sea of flames that burned everything in its path. Bodies could be found, but due to the intense flames it was difficult for them to be identified. Some had simply burned to ash. That was what Ao had to witness when he stepped foot on the massacre. His eyes darted everywhere, recognizing some of the dead bodies of former comrades who chose to side with the Yandere Mizukage. As much as it pained his heart to see people he had one point shared meals and laughs with some of them, he knew that they made their decision, and so did he. He could only thank Naruto for giving them a swift death through decapitation. A voice next to him caught his attention as he looked at his junior Chojuro, who was hunched on the ground hurling his breakfast on the ground stained with the blood of the shinobi. Ao closed his eyes. Pathetic, thought Ao as he watched the boy that was a seven swordsman of the mist in name, but in power he was barely high Chunin level. But what appalled the veteran shinobi was the boy's meek personality. Despite the fact that he should have been exposed to this type of cruelty from a young age, sometimes he could only blame Mei Terumi for coddling the boy too much. "Get up," said Ao harshly as Chojuro looked at his senior with slight fear as he stood up. "Look closely, Chojuro, this is what the shinobi world is all about. This is no place for weak-hearted shinobi. If you can't get used to it, then by the time the civil war is over, retire from this profession while you still can," said Ao as Chojuro was shocked by his senior harsh words. Before Ao looked at the boy with a frown. "I'm not like Lady May. I'm not going to coddle you and tell you that everything is okay and that our world is sunshine and rainbows, so get your act together and act like one of the seven swordsmen of the mist," said Ao as Chojuro grit his teeth in frustration. He knew that he was weak, and he can't blame his senpai for being harsh on him because deep down Ao cared for him in his own ways. "Of course though, senpai, you're right, I'm acting shamefully, which is unbefitting of one who holds the title of the seven swordsmen of the mist," said Chojuro as Ao's lips twitched into a small smile and his eyes beamed in approval. Flash. Ao looked behind, already recognizing the chakra of the leader of the rebel army, Mei Terumi, who was running through the puddle of water and blood with a steely gaze befitting of Kirigakure future Godei Mizukage, as she landed next to her two trusted shinobi, observing the battlefield but remained impassive even when being exposed to the massacre and seeing familiar faces. Her expression turned into a sigh of relief. "It's finally over," said Mei softly, as in the midst of the battlefield was the Yandere Mizukage Yagura kneeling on the ground in defeat, and Naruto's blade could be seen pressed on his neck. "Let's go, you two," said Mei as the two jumped towards Naruto, who looked at the Yandere Mizukage impassively as the formerka was talking. His expression showed guilt, regret, and sorrow. "It's all that masked man fault who called himself Madara Uchiha," was the only thing that Mei, Chojuro, and Ao heard from the defeated former Mizukage. "What's going on?" asked Mei, unsure as she looked at the eyes of the former Mizukage, who always remained impassive even when watching many families being ended because of their bloodlines. He was put under a powerful genjutsu that made him someone else's pet. He claimed that the one who had done this was a man claiming himself to be Madara Uchiha with a lone Sharingan eyes, said Naruto as Ao looked shocked before he brought his hand into a one-hand seal as veins started bulging around his right eye that was covered by a black eye patch, showing that he was using the Byakugan eyes that he took from the dead corpse of a main branch. "He's telling the truth. I don't know how, but back then Yandere-sama chakra was unstable, but now his chakra pathway is stable and his chakra color is blue as opposed to previously when it was tainted blue," said Ao, surprised as his teeth clenched against each other, realizing that the Yandere was nothing more but a puppet to someone else's whim. Mei kneeled in front of the former Mizukage who had given up on life and could only sympathize with the boy. That's really unfortunate, but tell me this, Yandame-sama, do you have any information on that man who had put you under a genjutsu? Asked Mei. Regardless of his atrocious act, she had still shown the boy respect. Yagura shaked his head. Not much. All I could remember was that he appeared in my office via space-time ninjutsu. He was very strong that all my attacks just merely phased through him before I could go three-tail mode on him. I was subdued by his lone eye Sharingan and Sanbai started to become violent before everything went blank, said Yagura, frustrated that he had been defeated in such a way. Bangxian that was pressed against the former Mizukage neck disappeared before it found its way back on his waist. I know I'm not one to give advices about how other villages should conduct their business, but you should fake his death instead and make him an Umbu bodyguard for the Mizukage, said Naruto, surprising Ao, Mei, Chojuro and Yagura. Mei remained quiet as she was contemplating the advice. Ao, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly against this. I refuse. Even if Yandame-sama was innocent, if our shinobi heard that we let him live will cause a lot of problems, said Ao, trying to rationalize with Mei and Naruto. Yagura flinched. I agree with Ao-san. Staying alive will only cause problems in the long run, said Yagura, accepting his death. Naruto let out a sigh. You need to realize that Kirigakure is currently crippled. You no longer have the 7 swordsmen of the mist because all of them died, with the sole survivor being Kisame Hashigake, who is a rogue shinobi, and Utakata, the 6th tail Jinchuriki, is currently a rogue shinobi with his location being unknown, said Naruto as Ao grit his teeth as he opened his mouth before closing it, unable to form a rebuttal. Mei then smiled. You're right. Kirigakure is crippled right now, and if we could get Utakata-san to rejoin the protection of Kirigakure, then we could avoid any other hidden village from trying to attack us while we're crippled, said Mei before she looked at Yagura, who seemed to be in turmoil. I understand how you're feeling, Yandame-sama, said Mei, but was cut off by Yagura. Please call me Yagura. I don't deserve to be called by that title anymore, said Yagura as Mei nodded her head in understanding. Very well, Yagura-san. I am asking you to help protect Kirigakure from the shadows, to become my Umbu bodyguard so we could find that man who had plunged his fangs onto Kirigakure and deliver punishment for all the crimes he committed, said Mei as she watched Yagura take a deep breath before he adjusted himself, kneeling in one leg. I'll follow you wherever you go, Godei Mizukage, Yagura said. His eyes were burning with determination. What did I miss? Came the voice of Kiomi Uchiha, who had just landed to hear the former Kage pledge of loyalty to Mei. Naruto let out a sigh before he explained to Kiomi what had occurred, and she had an understanding look as she watched Mei go through their village procedures. We'll have to put a seal on you to change your appearance because we can't have others find out what had occurred here until everything is properly settled, and then we can announce the truth to the public. But officially you will be presumed dead, but unofficially you're going to be my Umbu bodyguard, said Mei as Yagura nodded his head, finding no reason to argue because he liked it that way. Kiomi skipped happily towards her boyfriend as Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist as they watched Yagura be given a second chance in life, and in some way Naruto felt proud that he was able to help a brother in need since they both shared the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Although it will be years before Kirigakure could get over those dark times and start heading towards stability. It was months after the civil war had ended, and right now everyone had gathered together to rebuild the village back, and so far everything was getting somewhat normal again, although a lot of people were quite conflicted because after Mei was officially made Godei Mizukage in front of her people, she announced the truth. A lot of people were conflicted. Some had felt sympathy for the previous Kage, another part were still angry with the Yandame Mizukage, and a large group had remained neutral, unable to pick a side. At the end, people had the decency to attend the Yandame Mizukage funeral and show him respect, while Yagura watched from afar. His appearance had completely changed and his Umbu mask was covering his face, with his hair being dyed black in a way to ensure that he doesn't stand out even while being an Umbu. He could only smile at seeing everyone attend his funeral and show him respect even though he didn't deserve it, but that action only ensured and strengthened his loyalty to the village that was robbed from him. Naruto on the other hand had decided to take the Godei Mizukage offer in staying inside the village for at least a month as the people of Kiri wanted to repay their heroes in some way, so he and Kiomi were given a hero treatment, and in some ways it felt nice for Naruto, who had only known the look of hatred. Children looked up to him and had taken to learning swordsmanship, with some of them aiming to become one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, which May had put a priority in retrieving the national swords of Kirigakure, as some of the hunter ninja were dispatched to retrieve what they could find. Naruto is a very cautious person, something he had learned from his mom, as everything he did showed that he was always on guard. Even when he went to sleep, he usually slept while sitting and his hands dangerously leaning towards his sword, ready to draw it at any moment to eliminate any would-be assassins. But being given a hero treatment inside Kirigakure had a lot of perks, which included being given a room in the best hotel in the village, which included the most expensive room for free, obviously. Although May had paid the owner so they wouldn't go bankrupt, the point is that he was finally able to relax himself, which was shown by his current clothing, as he was shirtless, revealing his well-toned body, which displayed a few scars, proving that he got where he is with hard work. Sleeping on his chest was Kiomi Uchiha, who had taken to using him as her personal body pillow, as her arms were snaked around his waist. Naruto could only sigh as he looked at his girlfriend with a small blush, as over the months they started dating he had learned one thing about Kiomi, and that she didn't know the word modesty, because right now her state of clothes is leaning dangerously towards nudity. If he is being brutally honest, he really enjoyed it, and who could blame him? He is still a teenager who finds girls like Kiomi attractive, and while girls normally would slap you in your face if you leer at them, Kiomi on the other hand encouraged him to look at her, even going as far as to make a show from undressing, which got him extremely aroused. Kiomi is also a very straightforward person, as she made it abundantly clear through her actions that she gets what she wanted, which was shown when she would kiss him. She would always make sure to run her hands sensually through his body, as if telling him that he was hers and she was his. If Jiraiya was still around, the guy would have already published 2 Ika books just from watching Kiomi advances, or just died from blood loss, which is a much better alternative than having a smut book based on you and your girlfriend activities that should remain secret. At this point he had long since learned that people like Kiomi are a different kind of breed. It didn't help that his mother had shared Kiomi's sentiment, because she had as well done that when she had settled down with Dewi. Strong women are extremely territorial and competitive, but the main factor is that they were true warriors. What that meant is that they understood more than anyone that the world they live in is cruel. His mother understood it because she, Dewi, Mori and many more had to fight for their lives to prevent the earth from being destroyed. Kiomi had also fought for her life as she was exiled from her clan. Her new family in Kirigakure were ended by the Yagura regime, who wanted all bloodline users to die, and her entire clan was massacred by her very own brother Itachi, and currently her other brother Sasuke is walking a path of revenge. So taking that in account, it's easy to understand why it was easy for them to not care about modesty, because they knew that life was short, so doing something you like is much better than trying to actively suppress it, which would later result in regrets. That's why normal girls discriminate on boys/men just for showing interest in the opposite sex, while they themselves were in no position to judge, because they themselves are the same, but the difference is that they are bound and chained by society morals which were forced down their throat from a young age, which is why Naruto had to deal with Sakura, who had took that self-imposed moral to heart, but despite her so-called proper lady attitude, she was just another horny bitch who wanted her chance to rape Sasuke in his sleep. He could still remember the abusive relationship that he shared with his pink-haired teammate who had called him pervert, just because he had confessed to her, and the multiple times she had punched him on top of his head. Naruto smiled as he stroked his girlfriend's black hair gently. So far he could proudly say that he had a healthy relationship with Kiomi, no matter how weird to others it may look. Kiomi groaned slightly in her sleep as her eyes fluttered open to be met with Naruto's smiling face as he stroked her hair gently. "Good morning, honey," said Naruto. Kiomi smiled as she let out a small yawn before she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips with his in a steamy kiss, which Naruto allowed as he let the girl take control. Separating from the kiss, Kiomi leaned her forehead with his and smiled. "Good morning, dear." said Kiomi quite happily as the two couples properly sat up in bed while she immediately straddled him and buried her face into the crook of his neck as she started to suck, bite and kiss his neck. Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist as he let his girlfriend do her own things. Having gotten used to her daily antics of marking him, he didn't know whether it was just some sort of kink that Kiomi is into or a necessity for her to mark him, which could be the case given that he was quite popular among the female population. Even the Godei Mizukage had at one point flirted with him, but to her disappointment she had learned that Naruto was already taken. You people have some nerve coming here, came the voice of Maitermi the Godei Mizukage as her elbows were resting on the desk and her fingers were locked with each other as she glared menacingly at the group of Konoha shinobi who set foot inside her village. Kurenai looked at the Mizukage undeterred by the women anger. We apologize, Lady Mizukage. I hope you understand that one of our shinobi was sighted here and we were ordered by Lady Hokage to bring him back to the village, said Kurenai, but that answer didn't quell the anger inside the Godei Mizukage. Regardless of your intentions and orders, trespassing inside my village without prior warning is an insult to me as the current Mizukage, said Mei. Before the other Konoha shinobi could retort, she cut them off. That's not to mention that I have deep grudge against you Konoha shinobi because I remember asking for your help and had to wait for days until you all had time to hear my plea, which I might add was denied because your village elders convinced your Hokage to refuse our aid, said Mei. At this point she was yelling at the Konoha shinobi who had the gall to act nonchalant around her. Ao looked down on the Konoha shinobi with a sneer. You're getting way over your heads Konoha shinobi, said Ao as he watched a pink-haired girl walk from the group of Konoha shinobi. Sakura bowed her head. We greatly apologize, Lady Mizukage. We had no intention to insult you in the first place, but my teammate who was taken as an apprentice by our very own Jiraiya of the Sannin apparently had a falling out and he ran away. We tried to narrow his whereabouts, which a few months ago we learned that he was sighted around Kirigakure, but, said Sakura, her voice turning to shame and guilt. The elders used their influence to prevent Lady Tsunade from acting and were ordered to wait until the situation here in Kirigakure was resolved so we could finally bring him back to Konoha, said Sakura, hoping to gain some form of understanding from the Mizukage. Raising her head nervously, she was met with Mei glare. Spare me of your sentimental speech. I didn't ask for a backstory, but considering who you're after, I won't have my shinobi chase you outside the village because we're in his debt, said Mei as she snapped her finger, resulting in Umbu to appear in front of her. Bring Naruto you to my office? Said Mei before she added once more. Tell him that it's important, continued Mei as the Umbu teleported out of the office intending to find Naruto. Thank you, Lady Mizukage, said Kurenai as Team 9, Team 10, Team 8 were relieved. Be grateful that I'm willing to listen and not give you the same treatment your village gave me, said Mei, obviously annoyed but had reined her anger enough to maintain a rational thought. Naruto was walking around the village. His right arm was already locked with Kiyomi's left arm as she pointed at every shop that piqued her attention. Look at that vase. It's really beautiful, said Kiomi as she looked at an antique shop. They obviously haven't bought anything since Kiomi, despite her attitude, she wasn't a materialistic person, she only bought what she would need. Naruto and Kiyomi's senses alerted them of a chakra being built up behind them as they calmly looked as Akiri Umbu appeared in a kneeling position. I apologize Naruto-sama and Kiyomi-sama for interrupting your date, but Lady Mizukage had requested Naruto-sama to her office. She had expressed that it was important, said the Kiri Umbu as Naruto let out a sigh. We're going, said Kiyomi, and the Umbu nodded, finding no reason to retort as he vanished the same way he came. I better hope this isn't another attempt of her flirting with you, said Kiomi menacingly. Naruto's sweat dropped but decided not to waste time. Let's go. I doubt that this is one of her attempts at flirting, said Naruto as the two bodies flickered towards the Mizukage mansion. Sakura was very excited as she eagerly stood in front of the office door waiting to be reunited with her teammate, but it seems she wasn't the only one who felt excitement from the prospect of reuniting with their favorite blonde, more like the former blonde. Such feelings were made obvious with Hinata's constant fidgeting, her blush that was dusting her cheeks as her breathing increased in excitement waiting to see her longtime crush walk through the door. Shino seemed to be expressionless as he always was, but his bugs were buzzing, expressing that Shino was also excited. Kiba was grinning, ready to see his self-proclaimed rival walk through the door. Rock Lee and Might Guy were the most vocal out of the group of Konoha shinobi as they shouted all sorts of declarations about youth, much to Mei, Ao annoyance, and traumatized Chojuro, who at this point had his eyes covered by Mei, who wanted to protect his innocence. Tenten and Niji looked at the two quite embarrassed by their Jounin sensei and teammate antics, but were obviously more excited to see Naruto, with Niji being the most excited, having been saved by Naruto and taught an important lesson about life and fighting for one's dream. Ino was blushing and trying to make sure that she was well dressed, as seeing Naruto's picture made her determined to get him before Hinata did, much to the latter annoyance. Shikamaru's back was hunched, his eyes half opened as he lazily looked at the door, but his eyes showed excitement and curiosity. Choji was munching happily into his chips as he thought about sharing his bag of chips with Naruto once he saw him. The Jonins that came with their students had their own reaction aside from Guy's shouts of youths. Kurenai had an impassive look, but everyone knew that she had a hint of curiosity and a hint of respect. Asuma was taking a drag from his cigarette, but even he was curious and slightly excited to see how far Naruto had grown. Kakashi, on the other hand, was experiencing multiple emotion at the same time. While he had a nonchalant look on his face, his stance was rigid as ever since Sasuke defection from the village. He had time to re-evaluate his choices that he made over the years, more so his decision when it came to Team 7. Believe it or not, he had loved Naruto as a brother since the boy was the legacy of the Yondaime Hokage, who was his Jounin sensei as well as a father figure for a great portion of his childhood, but he was conflicted because it so happened that Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha clan, so he felt the need to pay a debt to his friend Obito Uchiha. Instead of training Team 7 equally, he had shown more interest in Sasuke development. Maybe it was because Sasuke had an unstable mind and he wanted to show him the wonder of friendship and teamwork that was taught to him by Obito Uchiha, so the boy could return to the correct path and stir away from the destructive and suicidal path that he was undoubtedly walking into. Although his biggest regret in life was teaching Sasuke the A-rank assassination jutsu Chidori, which happened to be his own personal jutsu that he created based on the Rasengan, and even when he instructed the boy to not use the jutsu on a comrade of the Leaf, he ended up using it, and what's worse, Naruto was not just some regular comrade but a teammate and a friend, which was a massive blow to his stomach and had questioned multiple times his teaching capabilities. Naruto may not be a natural-born prodigy like his father, but he had already acknowledged that the boy was a genius of hard work who increasingly got stronger each passing day, which is why Sasuke was always jealous of Naruto, because even with the boy private coaching that he received from a very young age, his growth was slow compared to the dead last of the academy. Now he is going to see his students after 2 years, and he wanted this time around to properly guide him like he should have done years ago. He owes that much to his sensei for everything he had done for him. A gentle knock was heard before the door of the Mizukage office opened, slowly revealing Naruto. The moment his foot stepped inside the office, the Konoha shinobi felt a sense of fear as the Jounin senseis felt their senses that they honed over the course of years, screaming to them to run away. Akamaru started to whimper as it ran, cowering behind his master Kiba Inuzuka, who got terrified by his Nin-ken odd reaction. Shino bugs were buzzing in fear as they warned Shino of the danger that stood in front of them. Naruto looked at the Konoha shinobi impassively. So Konoha misses me so much that they would send 3 teams, for Jounins and a former teammate? Said Naruto. Naruto was rather annoyed to say the least as he watched the Konoha team that was sent to retrieve him. Looking at what used to be Konoha 11, he could see that they all had grown up from the last time he saw them, and from the looks of it both Shikamaru and Niji were the only Chunin among their generation. The room remained quiet as the Konoha team felt awkward and nervous, unable to form coherent words. Naruto-kun, your aura is leaking out, said Kiomi nonchalantly as she walked inside the office, as Naruto realized that he was indeed scaring them with his aura before he decided to rain his aura. Feeling the pressure of Naruto's aura dissipate, everyone could finally take a deep breath as Akamaru calmed down but remained wary. Kiomi then eyes darted towards Konoha 11 with curiosity before her eyes landed on Ino and Hinata, who were both eyeing her boyfriend, and decided to make a point that he was taken. "My Naruto-kun, that was very sexy of you," said Kiomi as everyone turned towards Kiomi, who pulled Naruto by the collar, kissing him right on the lips, making sure to make a show in front of the Konoha shinobi by making out with Naruto, who mind you didn't resist and kissed back. Niji, Kiba, Shino and Kurenai turned nervously towards Hinata, who for the lack of better words was completely devastated. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she saw the boy she had a crush on from her childhood days simply being taken away by somebody else. It was not simply fair. She had loved Naruto for much longer and everyone knew that, which is why nobody really approached him with the intention to start a relationship, because they took her feelings into consideration. Contrary to popular beliefs, Naruto was cute in female standards, which was made obvious in the Chunin exam when he defeated the prodigy Niji Hyuga. Hinata was heartbroken as all her dreams of starting a future with Naruto was thrown to the wind, and she had herself to blame for this. She was quite shy and got comfortable that nobody will try to take a shot at Naruto and that she could take as many years to prepare herself mentally and physically to eventually coming out with her feelings to Naruto, but she paid the price dearly. "Who the hell are you?" asked Ino rudely, basically asking the question that was on everyone's mind as Kiomi separated from the kiss, quite annoyed by the platinum girl's rude attitude. "I'm Kiomi Uchiha and Naruto-kun's girlfriend," said Kiomi, shocking everyone in the room but more so Sakura and Kakashi, with Sakura looking hopeful that Sasuke could return to the village if he learned that a family was inside the village. "An Uchiha? Why didn't we know about this?" asked Asuma, his mind drifting towards his father and wondering if his father knew about her. "What is your relationship with Sasuke Uchiha?" Kurenai asked, giving Kiomi a critical eye, although she didn't see the stuck-up attitude that she had known the Uchiha for. "He's my twin brother," said Kiomi bluntly, seeing Hinata frown, and Kiba was pretty much eyeing her like a candy but had to divert his eyes when he met Naruto's endless gaze that threatened to castrate his family jewels. "Troublesome?" came the voice of Shikamaru, whose posture straightened up. The mission perimeter was to bring Naruto back to the village, but this was an unknown variable that we never took into account. "I doubt the elders and civilian council will drop the chance to have an Uchiha inside the village," said Shikamaru, although he didn't have quite high regard towards the civilian council and elders. Guy coughed in his hand. He may be a goofball and eccentric, but he knows when the situation needs to be taken seriously. "I believe we should get to the point in why we came here. I doubt Lady Mizuki has the entire day for us." "We need to make this quick," said Guy as everyone looked at the rather irritated Mei. "So the eccentric one is the most aware of his surroundings. I expected more from the rest of you," said Mei, annoyed. "Except Naruto-kun, of course," said Mei, her expressions changing once more to a flirting one, much to Kiomi annoyance and Kakashi approval of his student. "We apologize, Lady Mizuki. To get to the point, we were sent to retrieve you, Naruto-kun. We understand that you wanted to continue the 3 years training trip like it was originally planned, but with you leaving Jiraiya-sama protection, you also left Konoha protection, which the elders couldn't let it simply slide," said Kakashi as he looked at Naruto, who frowned at the old fossil's interference. "I hope you could cooperate with us, Naruto-san. Hoka-sama had a hard time convincing them to have you go outside the village walls for a 3 years training trip with Jiraiya-sama, which I might add had explained that you have grown distant until you left him," said Kurenai. Naruto scowled slightly but remained impassive as he made a mental link with his mother. "Should I beat them all up or go with them?" asked Naruto as he could see his mother's grin. "As much as it would be enjoyable to see you beating someone up, it wouldn't do good since you're planning to return to the village. Besides, I believe you've gained enough experience as it is." Mira stated her own opinion on the subject. Cutting the mental link, Naruto looked at the nervous group of Konoha, wanting to hear his decision. They would have been confident if Naruto was still the same as he was 3 years ago, but he had grown smarter and less trusting as opposed to before, where he trusted everybody who smiled at him. "Besides, aren't you excited to be a team again, Naruto-kun?" asked Sakura. She might have been abusive, but she had supported Naruto and had stood up for him multiple times. That includes the Forest of Death when Sasuke acted like a coward. Naruto looked at Sakura blankly. "Not really," said Naruto bluntly, and Sakura's expression turned to shock and hurt. We only tolerated each other because none of us were willing to go back another year at the academy, continued Naruto as he looked at Kakashi, who simply flinched. I'm returning, Naruto said, making everyone happy, but Sakura, Kakashi and Hinata expression was sour because of their own respective problems. Turning towards the current Godei Mizukage, he bowed to her, which Kiomi followed behind him. We thank you, Mei-san, for the hospitality. If Kirigakure is ever in need of help, come see me and I will help regardless of Konoha wishes, said Naruto respectfully. Mei properly stood up from her seat as she hugged Naruto, bringing his face to her bosom before she took her chance to place a kiss on his cheeks, although it was too close for comfort. Luckily, Kiomi had decided that the older women deserved some sort of leeway since they won't be seeing each other for a long time. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I would have loved to have you as my shinobi, but I understand that you're Konoha shinobi and I would definitely ask you for help if we ever find ourselves in a pinch. Hopefully our next meeting will be as Kages of our respective village, said Mei as Naruto nodded with a smile that he rarely shows to anyone, making Mei almost have a heart attack from the smile. She then went to Kiomi, hugging the girl, and while they had some sort of rivalry over Naruto, it was obvious that the two had mutual respect for each other. You're a very lucky girl, Kiomi-chan. I look forward to seeing you grow, said Mei as Kiomi grinned. Same, Mei-chan. I also look forward to attending your wedding, said Kiomi teasingly, much to Mei's embarrassment and Ao fearful look when the word wedding was mentioned. After all, it was common fact that Mei wanted to get married before she go way past her prime, and whenever he mentioned anything about her age, she would threaten to end him. Kirigakure were very sad that their heroes were leaving their village but could only stand at the gates to give them a proper farewell. The Konoha retrieval team watched in fascination as everyone in the village bidded their heroes goodbye. Just like his mother, Naruto was very attached to the children of the village, having taken time to make sure that they were all happy. Right now Naruto was kneeling in front of two children that were crying. The crying girl was a 12-year-old petite young girl with a pale complexion and large, compound-like eyes that lack pupils, only a haze of gradient purple, making her eyes appear similar to those of insects. She has shoulder-length wavy hair that fades from black into dark purple, usually styled at the back of her head into a flat yakimakij bun, fastened with a white and purple butterfly ornament. She has center-split, ear-length, voluminous curtain bangs that flow down to frame the sides of her face, with two slightly thinner chin-length locks of hair in front of her ears below them. Shinobu is short in height and has been described as having a small and weak-looking build. The second boy was Ju Tomioka, a 12-years-old tall young boy of a slight muscular stature and pale complexion, who due to his traumatizing childhood is almost always seen wearing a serious and emotionless expression. He has unruly black hair of uneven lengths that sticks up in tufts around his head, which he wears tied back in a low messy ponytail at the base of his neck. His bangs fall over his eyes in an uneven fringe. His eyes are sharp and moderately large, their irises a deep sapphire that fades to a lighter blue and their pupils a bluish-black, and are framed by thin eyebrows. Naruto had the two children in his arms, hugging them as they released their emotion of sadness. "Sensei, please stay with us," said Shinobu, crying, but she knew she couldn't do anything. "You don't need to cry, I will always be watching over the two of you and the others. Besides, I promise to come visit you too," said Naruto as the two children started calming down slightly, but they were sniffing loudly. "Besides, did you really think I would leave without at least giving my two protégés a gift?" said Naruto as the two children looked at their sensei with shock at being recognized as his protégé but quickly got excited. Naruto then pulled two swords sheathed properly before he brought a katana, handing it towards Shinobi, who carried it. "This is Stinger. It's a Nichiren katana modified specifically for you, and since you have taken interest in medical jutsu and poison, the katana was made to be coated with poison. Right now it's just a normal katana," said Naruto as Shinobu jumped happily as she hugged Naruto tightly. "Thank you, sensei. I will cherish it," said Shinobu excitedly. Bringing the other katana, he handed it to Ju, who took it gently. The katana doesn't have a name, but if you unsheath the katana you will see engraved on the katana the words, "Destroy demons." I know that the seven swordsmen of the mist consisted of mostly brutes and people who called themselves demons, so I made sure to have it engraved. said Naruto as Ju smiled, remembering his deceased friend that was ended by one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Thank you, sensei. I will cherish this forever and become a powerful swordsman, said Ju with determination as Naruto ruffled the boy's hair, who simply hugged Naruto, with Shinobu joining as well for one last time. I want you both to stay true to yourselves and follow your own path by becoming strong swordsmen/swordswomen, and it's time I tell you the same thing my mom told me when I first learned my clan sword style: using your own techniques will make your play out as you wish. That is the secret of my sword style, and you should do the same and know that I will always be proud of you no matter how short our time was, said Naruto as the 12 years burst into tears once more and promised to become strong. Kakashi watched the scene and turned around, his eyes brimming with tears as the more he looked at Naruto interacting with the 2 children, the more he was reminded of his Jounin sensei and father figure Minato. Your son has grown, Minato sensei, and all on his own, thought Kakashi. A hand was gently placed on his shoulder to see his best friend Guy giving him a reassuring look. Neji watched Naruto and could see his father's image overlapping on Naruto and his own image overlapping on the 2 children, and he could only shed a tear. Father, is that what you felt? Will you be proud of the kind of man that I become? Thought Neji, being comforted by Tenten. Lee was oddly quiet as he watched the scene unfolding in front of him. His own image was overlapping with the 2 children and Guy's image was overlapping Naruto. Naruto-kun, you're just like Guy-sensei, always so kind and helpful to others who need help, thought Lee. Hinata, on the other hand, admired Naruto but at the same time envied the 2 children that were smothered with love and support, something her father had never once shown her. You're going to become a shinobi, the clan heiress needs to be strong, not a meek child, was the harsh voice of Hayashi Hyuga as he channeled chakra through his palm as he struck his daughter, sending her flying in the ground, coughing blood. Pathetic. The Hyuga clan is left at the hands of a weak child. Our reputation as the strongest clan in Konoha is at stake at this point. Your own younger sister Hanabi will be much suitable heiress than you, said Hayashi with a frown as he turned around and walked away, disregarding the emotionally and physically hurt Hinata. Hinata coughed blood as she lay defeated on the ground, her own younger sister Hanabi towering over her with a menacing glare, which made it even more scarier when her Byakugan was activated. Her palm was positioned to strike her in the vital spot, which was the heart. Father was right. You really are pathetic, big sister. I guess I'm the one who will have to lead the Hyuga clan to prosperity since you're not suited for it, said Hanabi harshly, disregarding Hinata brimming tears as, just like her father, her own younger and innocent sister turned her back towards her, essentially giving her the cold shoulder. She wasn't given a choice on how to live her life. It was either become a strong heiress or be sent to the academy to become a shinobi, which is basically her second chance at redeeming herself and regaining her title as the heiress, or lastly be branded with the caged bird seal and become a slave for the main branch destined to serve. Sakura, on the other hand, was very conflicted. Part of her felt immense pride towards her teammate for finally maturing by moving past the phase of childish mentality, and part of her felt herself falling in love with Naruto, but Kiomi had already claimed him. But most importantly, she felt hurt as Naruto wasn't as excited to see her as she was to see him and his response to her when she expressed excitement on becoming a team again. Overall, it took 2 hours before they were able to finally walk out of the village after everyone had been able to express their gratitude towards their heroes. Kakashi, being the most experienced jonin in the field compared to his fellow jonin sensei, was assigned as the leader to ensure that they would return to the Leaf safely. We're going to take a formation to ensure that we could return to Konoha safely. Team 8 is our ears, eyes, nose, which means that they will ensure that nothing surprises us. Team 9 and Sakura is the assault team. If we were to encounter an enemy, they will be the main hitters. Team 10 will be our support team, said Kakashi, trying to explain the rules before his eyes scanned towards the group to see Naruto and Kiomi missing. Looking behind him, he saw Naruto and Kiomi walking away, something which was noticed by the group, and a lot of them seemed to get annoyed by Naruto's behavior. Naruto, what the hell do you think you're doing? Shouted Sakura furiously. Naruto looked behind him to see his furious teammate, but he simply disregarded her. I don't care what you do, this isn't my business. I already know this place like the back of my hand and I've survived on my own for the most part, said Naruto before he continued walking. We're not trying to underestimate your capabilities, but don't be arrogant. We don't know the kind of enemy that could come after you," said Kurenai, trying to reason with the white-haired boy. "I'm not arrogant, nor am I overestimating myself. My mom had already took it upon herself to ensure that I don't get way over my head. Besides, when I said that this wasn't my business, I meant that you all don't have enough data about me to try and include me in your little formation. I advise you all to stop seeing me as Naruto Uzumaki, but rather as Naruto Yu, the 26th master of the Moonlight sword style," said Naruto, taking pride when mentioning his mother's name and his clan sword style, which didn't go unnoticed by the others. "He's right," said Neji, grabbing everyone's attention as they looked at the Hyuga prodigy. "Even Naruto has his own pride. We can't just insult him by already assuming his skill level. Besides, we all know that he had contributed to the rebel army victory over Yagura forces, not to mention he defeated said Mizukage in battle without so much as a scratch. He's way beyond us, and Jiraiya-sama should have already told us that in the mission debriefing," said Neji as he opened his eyes to look at the shocked expression of the Konoha contingent, but could see the pride in his sensei eyes. Flashback. Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 were called to the Hokage office along with their respective Jonin sensei. It was quite obvious that they were confused on what could have resulted in all of Konoha 11 to be called so suddenly, but Sakura had an inkling of hope that the topic of the meeting would be about her teammate Naruto. Standing in front of the Godame Hokage, they could see that the situation was serious, as Jiraiya himself was comfortable sitting in the open window. It may sound nothing, but Jiraiya was simply ensuring that nobody could simply eavesdrop on their conversation. "Do you know why you're all called here?" asked Tsunade, hoping to see who has an idea on what the topic of today's meeting is about, and her eyes finally rested on Sakura, who slightly gulped. "Is it about Naruto-kun?" asked Sakura in a hopeful tone as everyone looked at her in surprise, having seen the bingo book and briefed on the subject beforehand. "Yes. The rebel army had an overwhelming victory over Yagura forces. Their casualties were much lower than what was expected, but the credit goes for Naruto, who had single-handedly eliminated several battalions on his own while defeating the Mizukage, who, mind you, was using his three-tailed mode while coming out unharmed," said Tsunade. Despite having heard about her godson accomplishment, she still had a hard time swallowing the information. Kakashi, who had his Ika paradise out, was taken aback by this as he quickly put the book away. "Are you sure that this is Naruto-kun, Lady Hokage?" asked Kakashi in a disbelieving tone, much to her ire. "Do you think I will just say something as ludicrous as this without at least checking my sources twice and thrice?" said Tsunade, feeling slightly offended as Kakashi panicked slightly. "I didn't mean any harm to you, Lady Hokage. I guess I'm surprised by how much he had grown," said Kakashi, trying to explain that this was more of a harmless question. "So does T that mean would you get to retrieve Naruto-kun be back?" Hinata asked, obviously stuttering once more after hearing her crush's name after almost 2 years, but at the same time she couldn't help the excitement. "That is correct," said Jiraiya, still remaining perched on the window. "We're hoping that as his friends you would convince him to return, because at this point I'm afraid that if another team was sent to retrieve him they might not see another day," said Jiraiya grimly as everyone looked shocked. "That's Naruto we're talking about. He might have changed, but he is still the same lovable hyperactive blonde that we know," said Kiba enthusiastically. Obviously his brashness made him unable to take the situation seriously. Neji pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance as he looked at Shino. "You're wrong, Kiba-san," said Shino simply as Kiba looked confused at Shino, who seemed to maintain a stoic expression on his face. "If we talk from a logical standpoint, war changes. Anyone, even the most battle-hardened warriors, would find themselves facing their own problems, which in most cases results in trauma that varies depending on the situation," said Shino calmly, seeing Kiba growling at him. "We all changed over the 2 years after Sasuke-sen defection, as most of us had grown way past our childish phase and started to take our careers seriously after simply having a taste of the real world, and Naruto-san was in the middle of a civil war that has been raging for a few years now, so I doubt that he wouldn't have changed," said Shino, feeling satisfied when he saw Kiba open his mouth then close it, unable to retort. "So what should we expect?" asked Shikamaru, finding the whole thing too troublesome and wanted to get straight to the point. Right now from Jiraiya's intel we learned that the Godei Mizukage Mei Terumi, former leader of the rebel army, had managed to convince him to stay inside the village as a lot of people wanted to properly repay their hero for his deed. Said Tsunade, although everyone could hear the hint of pride in her voice, yet she also felt annoyance. Kurenai narrowed her eyes. Are you implying that the Godei Mizukage might be trying to convince Naruto-san indirectly of joining their village military? Asked Kurenai as both nodded grimly. That's a possibility that we took into account, said Jiraiya as he watched some of the genin about to retort, but he put a stop to it. I understand that some of you believe in Naruto, which I greatly appreciate, but at this point Naruto is a valuable asset to them that is still shrouded with mystery because so far the civil war has ended with less casualty on the side of the rebel army, and those who witnessed him fight realized that he had never once put effort into his battles because the whole civil war was one giant joke to him. Maybe a street quarrel could better describe the entire situation, said Jiraiya, shuddering as he remembered one of his spies in Kirigakure expression when he delivered to him the message. Did Naruto-kun really change that much? Asked Ino fearfully as she looked at Jiraiya, who seemed to nod his head grimly. He's already made a name for himself around the elemental nation. His first alias is Saint because to the rebel army and the children he was their savior, the one who offered them salvation in their most dire moments, said Jiraiya, and everyone was alarmed. To think that the kid who nobody took seriously would have such a deep impact on the world, said Asuma, quite astonished. What about his other alias? Asked Kakashi, quite intrigued but slightly terrified. Jiraiya nodded his head to his enemies. Naruto was akin to an executioner, which is why he earned the moniker Executioner, because he didn't end just randomly, but after observing the bodies everyone realized that the ones who were part of Yagura inner circle were given a slow painful death, mostly have them bleed out to death. People said that it's in death door that you reflect the most about your life choices. Those who were not part of Yagura inner circle were mostly given swift death through decapitation or any other means to end someone's life painlessly, said Jiraiya, and the room went dead silent. Ah, great. Now you want to send us to retrieve him. This got way too troublesome, said Shikamaru. The whole situation terrified him that he wanted to simply back away from it. Niji scowled at the lazy Chunin. Regardless of his changes, Naruto is still our friend, and if you simply want to back off from the mission then so be it, but I owe a lot to Naruto and want to properly show him how much I have grown as well, said Niji as Lee's eyes sparkled in amazement at seeing his stoic teammate being so passionate about someone else, and Guy was grinning madly. You finally found your eternal rival, Niji-kun. You truly embody the spirit of youth, shouted Guy loudly by his eccentric ways, while Creepy had managed to lighten the mood around the office. If Niji-kun had named Naruto-kun his eternal rival, then he is also my eternal rival, said Lee as Niji tried to come up with a retort to defend his pride as a Hyuga, but he had signed his death warrant as Guy started letting loose his youthful years that soaked the ground, with Lee following suit, and what followed next was a forbidden genjutsu that was so effective that it was used in the TNI department when they wanted to be a little sadistic with someone. Hinata looked in horror as the two green jumpsuits collided with each other and rubbed against each other in the most horrific way imaginable, but what made it even worse was the sudden appearance of a beach and the sunset. Poor Hinata vision started to get blurry and then fainted as Kurenai could only shout Hinata's name, worried about her daughter mental health. And a flashback. Kukuku, so Naruto-kun is heading back to Konoha. That will be a problem, said Orochimaru of the Sannin. His health has been slowly deteriorating and needed his vessel Sasuke Uchiha to be in top shape so he can use the living corpse reincarnation and finally achieve his dream of learning all jutsus in the world and make scientific discoveries. He was currently sitting in what appeared to be a makeshift throne made out of strong materials as he looked at his right-hand man Kabuto Yakushi. His equally cunning subordinate was in a kneeling position as he looked at his superior with a calm exterior showing no concern at all, but Orochimaru knew better because Kabuto's heartbeat had increased, showing that his right-hand man was concerned and afraid. He couldn't fault him for feeling such an emotion. After all, the former blonde boy was nothing more than a nuisance back when he was still a fresh genin out of the academy, but even then he had underestimated the boy, as despite his obnoxious personality and naivety, he had a lot of untapped potential as his growth was much better than Sasuke himself, but he only viewed this as his former teammate Jiraiya training. That is why when he took Sasuke under his wing, he was confident that with his guidance Sasuke will surpass Naruto and any shinobi in the elemental nation. After all, the boy had the Uchiha blood running through his veins. He was simply born to live in this world as a king and he wanted that power for himself. Pathetic Kabuto, you're scared of that dobe? Said Sasuke as he silently came out of the shadow, having successfully masked his own presence, but both occupants of the rooms were not your regular shinobi and had already sensed the boy. Kabuto clenched his teeth. After 2 years, he had developed a major dislike for the Uchiha arrogance. He simply tolerated the boy since he was Orochimaru's vessel. As such, he could endure tolerating him until the ritual. He couldn't fail Orochimaru. After all, just a few months and the smug brat will be history. Kabuto's lips twitched into an amused smirk as he looked at the infuriating eyes of the Uchiha, who had grown splendidly, but at his current level he was nothing more but an ant compared to an alpha shinobi of Naruto's caliber. Look at you, Sasuke-kun, talking such big words. How I admire your confidence. Too bad, Naruto-kun is in a league on his own at this point. You're weak? Said Kabuto, seeing Sasuke's eyes violently flaring into his 3-tomo Sharingan, his hand violently twitching towards his Kusanagi. If I have to give an honest assessment between you two, I'd bet my money on Naruto-kun. After all, this won't be a fight but more like a one-sided annihilation, said Kabuto, letting out an amused chuckle as he looked at the angry Uchiha. I will wipe that smirk off your face, Kabuto, said Sasuke as he pulled Kusanagi, already going through the hand signs to coat his sword with lighting, but a hand gripped Sasuke's wrist, stopping him. Sasuke looked angrily at the perpetrator to reveal Orochimaru, who was calm. That's enough, Sasuke-kun. This was an unexpected variable that we didn't take into account, but as you are right now, you're extremely weak. While you were training by fighting cannon fodders, Naruto-kun fought and ended Kirigakure civil war on his own and defeated the Yonde Mizukage, who I might add was using his Bijou chakra cloak, said Orochimaru as Sasuke grit his teeth before he violently removed his hand from Orochimaru's hold and walked towards the training ground. Aren't you going to tell him? Asked Kabuto as he narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru, who seemed to be amused, knowing exactly what was running through his subordinate head. No, Sasuke-kun should never learn that he has a relative out there alive. If that were to happen, he will probably leave me for her, and I can't allow that to happen, said Orochimaru, frowning, having not known that there was another Uchiha other than Sasuke and Itachi. Kabuto nodded his head but couldn't help the small smirk. I wonder how Sasuke-kun will react once he learns that his own relative is in a relationship with Naruto-kun, said Kabuto, knowing how much Sasuke loathed Naruto, and learning that his relative is involved in a relationship with Naruto would probably make for good entertainment. Orochimaru let out a chuckle. I do admit that would make for a good show, but for now I want you to keep an eye on Naruto-kun, including that female Uchiha. Any information on her would be useful, and report to me on anything that proves to be important, said Orochimaru as he watched in satisfaction as his right-hand man nodded his head before he decided that he had exhausted his vessel that he is residing in and decided to walk towards his room for further rest. Inside a dark room we could see a giant, earthen-colored humanoid entity with a mummified appearance, a body shaped similar to a robe, and a number of spike-like protrusions on its back. Its height towered even the tailed beasts. The statue has 9 eyes the size of an adult man, which usually remain closed. The statue's wrists and ankles are usually bound by shackles, and it bites down on a scroll, which is held in place by 2 ropes extending from beneath its blindfold on either side of its head. On the fingers of the intimidating statue was a holographic of the Akatsuki members, as those fingers glowed green with a symbol written inside which represents every single Akatsuki member who wore their member ring. The leader of the Akatsuki was a medium-length spiky orange hair. Both his eyes bore the legendary dojutsu of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rinnegan. He bore 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of its upper nose, and 1 spike stud on each end of the bottom lip. It also had 3 piercings on each wrist, at least 1 on its upper wrist and some just under his neck. The leader of the Akatsuki face was pale. On his right thumb, he wore a purplish-gray Akatsuki ring that bore the kanji 40, Rei. He also wore a necklace which was somewhat similar to the one worn by the. He was also seen wearing red nail polish. Lastly, he wore the Akatsuki robe. His face was expressionless as always as he stared at all the members of the Akatsuki that gathered today. Now that all of us are gathered here, let us start this meeting with a major problem that arose and would affect us greatly from achieving our shared goal of peace, said Pain as he looked at the members of the Akatsuki. All of them knew too well what the topic is about. You mean that blonde brat? Or is it Whitey now? Came the voice of Kisame Hashigake, sounding carefree. His jagged teeth could be seen through his wide grin. Pain seemed to ignore Kisame behavior as he nodded his head. That is correct. We have intended to postpone our hunt for the Jinchuriki for 3 years until we gathered enough resources to start our hunt, but from Zetsu report the 9-tailed Jinchuriki growth has been quite concerning and could pose us a threat, said Pain, although his face remained impassive that one would think that he was not concerned. A 3-tomo Sharingan opened in the darkness, staring at the leader of the Akatsuki. Are we going to capture the 9-tails first? Asked Itachi Uchiha. He was calm and composed. No, said Pain, shocking everyone that he wouldn't prioritize the 9-tailed Jinchuriki capture. Currently the 9-tailed Jinchuriki is returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, being surrounded by Konoha 11 along with Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi and Might Guy. Our attempt at capturing him would be impossible, said Pain, and everyone realized that a valid point was made as Naruto is well protected. What a shame. I was hoping to get the brat bounty after we managed to extract the 9 tails from him, said Kazu, holding onto the bingo book, skimming through the pages until he stopped at Naruto profile, which displayed his bounty that truly befitted someone who is an S+ rank threat. A psychotic white-haired Jashinist licked his scythe. I will sacrifice him to Jashin-sama, said Haiden as he continued to blabber all sorts of things he will do once he gets his hands on Naruto. Sasori looked rather annoyed, to say the least. So this means that we will have to start our hunt early, said Sasori as he looked at the leader, who nodded his head. Yes, and the Chunin exam that will take place in Suno will be the perfect opportunity for us to capture the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, said Pain as Deidara looked pleased, knowing that he will be the one sent to deal with this. Although, I've heard rumors that there is a female Uchiha running around the Elemental Nation along with the 9-tailed brat. Mind explaining, Itachi? Asked Sasori as he looked at Itachi, who was taken aback. A female Uchiha? Questioned Deidara as he looked at Sasori before looking back at Itachi. That is correct. From one of my spies in Kirigakure I learned that she goes by Kiomi Uchiha. She is also in a relationship with the 9-tailed brat, said Sasori as he threw a picture towards Itachi, who caught it, revealing a photo of both Kiomi Uchiha and Naruto on a date together. Kiomi. Itachi thought he had many emotions welled up inside him. He wanted to cry in joy at seeing his younger sister alive, but he remained calm, although everyone could see a small smile on his face. It seems Itachi is smiling. Who is she to make the stoic Itachi smile? Asked Kisame with a large grin. She's my younger sister, said Itachi, shocking everyone, not expecting that Itachi had a sister. I thought you ended your entire clan except for your revenge-obsessed brother, said Deidara as Itachi's face turned expressionless. She was exiled from a young age due to the foolish clan elders. But one more thing, said Itachi, his eyes contorted to Manjikyu Sharingan. Touch a single strand of her hair and I will make sure your death will be painful, said Itachi in a dangerous tone, which surprised everyone in the room since he had never shown such hostility even when his younger brother was mentioned. Scary, thought Ki, his grin still plastered on his face. Who would have thought that our dear Itachi-kun could be such a protective older brother, considering what he did to Sasuke back then? Kisame thought as he glanced at all occupants of the room. Obviously Deidara was quite nervous, having confronted Itachi before and lost by a simple genjutsu. The only ones who didn't seem to be fazed were Pain, Konan, Haiden, although the latter was too crazy to even be scared for his life. Your younger sister is not part of our hunt, as such we have no reason to pursue her, said Pain as he eased Itachi worry. What is important is that our plans will be changed drastically, said Pain, watching as everyone paid attention. I need to warn Jiraiya-sama, thought Itachi as he pocketed his sister's photo inside his Akatsuki coat. Although, if Kiomi is anything like our mother, then I pity you, Uzumaki Naruto, thought Itachi with a smirk which was hidden behind his long coat. A large boat could be seen landing on the shores of the wave country as the Konoha contingent descended from the boat. Kiba and Hinata were feeling seasick as they vomited on the ground. Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, looked like a beaten beast as he was given a piggyback by Kakashi. The same could be said for Lee, who quickly fell and had to be dragged by Tenten, who seemed to shake her head in annoyance. Naruto and Kiomi seemed to be unfazed as they walked on the shores of the wave country. Kiomi had her umbrella opened as she walked next to Naruto with her arm locked with his as she looked at the wave country with amazement, having heard the state of the country back in Gato reign. "Hey Naruto-kun, look," said Kiomi excitedly as she pointed at the large imposing bridge to see a large sign which said, "The Great Naruto Bridge," which surprised Naruto. "So they named the bridge after me. I didn't really think I had done that much for them," said Naruto as a hand met his hair, ruffling it. "You may not know this, Naruto-kun, but you've inspired the villagers to overcome their fears over Gato and to fight for their freedom," said Kakashi, who gave an ice smile at his student. Naruto let out a small smile. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto, which made Kakashi quite happy that his student doesn't hate him and still view him as a sensei. "Man, I'm quite jealous. Having a bridge named after you must be pretty nice. Why can't we have anything named after us?" said Kiba, wiping his mouth after having released his morning breakfast. "I don't think you've done anything worth mentioning to warrant having anything named after you, Kiba-san," said Shino, stoically managing to get on Kiba nerves. "That's enough," said Kurenai, prevented Kiba from retaliating before she looked at Kakashi and Asuma. "We will camp somewhere here since some of us need to get used to being on flat ground," said Kurenai, motioning to Guy, Lee, and some of the still disoriented Konoha 11. "Why not go to Tazuna House? I'm sure he will be willing to let us in," commented Sakura as she looked at Kurenai, then to Kakashi, who seemed to ponder for a few seconds. "You mean the old bridge builder?" asked Asuma as he took a drag of his cigarette before he looked at Kakashi. "Yes, usually I wouldn't want to bother him, but since a lot of us need rest, we will stop by his house to see if his house could handle our numbers," said Kakashi. Over the course of 2 years, the Land of Waves have finally gotten stable and their economy has been booming more than before, and it was all thanks to the bridge that was built, which had helped improve the trade route, and with the countless alliance that was established, the Land of Wave was a very popular place to visit. Such miracle was made possible thanks to the efforts of the Wave Heroes, with Naruto Uzumaki being the one who lit the fire of determination inside the citizens of the Wave, inspiring them to fight for their freedom, and the master bridge builder who had opposed Gato by building the bridge. As such, Tazuna was quickly made the leader of the Wave and was greatly respected by the people, with everyone expecting Inari to follow on his grandfather and father figure footsteps, which he had greatly exceeded their expectation. As such, the old worn-out house that used to be the bridge builder house was much more bigger as it was remodeled, and while it's large for 3 individuals, the bridge builder was preparing the house for his grandson. After all, the boy will eventually get married and have children. As such, he was taking precaution to have the boy live a comfortable life. Sakura was the most excited out of them as she went to the door, knocking on it gently, and she didn't have to wait for long as the door opened, revealing the single mother Tsunami. The improved state of the country has done wonders for her health, as her hair was still long blue-colored. She wore a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. She also wore a long blue skirt. The single mother's eye laid upon the familiar pink hair and easily recognized her. "Sakura, is that you?" asked Tsunami, easily remembering the pink-haired girl who had deep adoration for the Uchiha boy. "Hello, Miss Tsunami, it's been quite a long time," said Sakura with a smile as the woman smiled as she hugged the pink-haired girl. "It's definitely been a long time, Sakura. Look at you, all grown up and beautiful," said Tsunami as she complimented the pink-haired girl, who blushed from being complimented for her look. "Thanks, Miss Tsunami. Also, look who's here." Sakura pointed excitedly at Naruto, who seemed to be quiet. "Can you believe it? This is Naruto," said Sakura as Tsunami looked closely. While Naruto had lost his whiskers, that was at one point part of his identity, and his hair became white, although it still had the spiky aspect, and his face structure was still the same. "Naruto, you've really grown. Wow, I barely recognized you," said Tsunami. She may not admit it loudly, but Naruto was definitely an eye-catcher as Naruto let out a small smile. "I received that a lot. It's nice to meet you as well, Miss Tsunami. It seems life has been treating you nicely, said Naruto as he greeted the older woman with a smile in which she smiled as well and opened the door and stepped aside. Please come inside. It wouldn't be good to leave our heroes standing outside like that. Besides, Father and Inari would definitely be happy to see you again, said Tsunami as the Konoha contingent walked inside the house. Obviously, those who weren't part of Team 7 felt rather uncomfortable with the situation and remained mostly quiet to let Team 7 reunite with their old client daughter. The living room was much bigger than before, although everyone could see that despite the large house it was kept clean and dust-free, showing that Tsunami has been maintaining her housewife duties. I hope you're all comfortable, Tsunami said, acknowledging the other Konoha team after being lost in her reunion with Team 7. It's fine, thank you for allowing us in despite our visit being so sudden, said Kurenai appreciatively as Tsunami smiled. It's fine, it might have been a problem to accommodate all of you if Father didn't renovate the house, said Tsunami. Kiomi stood up, let me help you. Kiomi offered her service to the single mother, in which she was surprised although she wasn't familiar with the girl. Oh, I didn't introduce myself, did I? Said Kiomi, realizing she never introduced herself. My name is Kiomi Uchiha. Nice to meet you, Tsunami-san, said Kiomi cheerfully. Tsunami smiled. Oh, are you somehow related to Sasuke? Speaking of him, where is he? Tsunami asked as she looked among the Konoha contingent to see the emo boy missing. Yeah, he's kind of my twin brother and he's kind of busy right now, said Kiomi, obviously hiding that her brother is a missing ninja. Oh, well, tell him to come visit sometimes, although you're much more cheerful than he is, said Tsunami as Kiomi gave a small laugh as she walked with Tsunami towards the kitchen with Sakura and Hinata following them, leaving everyone to sit quietly. It was already mid-afternoon and the Konoha contingent had been getting comfortable inside the bridge builder house. Their attention was diverted towards the door as it was opened, revealing the bridge builder and Inari, who has grown through a growth spurt. Inari has grown his hair out a bit and donned a similar attire to that of his grandfather, consisting of a gray, sleeveless, V-neck shirt, a pair of pants, and carried a towel around his neck. I didn't know we were having guests today, said Tazuna, slurring through his words, being unable to recognize the group of Konoha. After all, over the 2 years the one thing that had never changed was his consumption of alcohol, which had increased given that now he is rich. He was of course supported by his grandson, who seemed to be rather annoyed by his grandfather's lack of moderation, but when he quickly recognized the Konoha contingent, he dropped his grandfather on the ground like a sack of potato, ignoring the indignant shout of Tazuna, who fell face first. Naruto and I, shouted Inari. Having idolized Naruto, it didn't take him long to figure out that the white-haired teen was his idol and older brother figure. Naruto opened his arm, welcoming the 11-year-old boy, who hugged him as he gently rubbed the boy's hair, who seemed to be quite happy. You've grown into a young man, Inari. I do hope your grandfather's bad habit of drinking hasn't rubbed on you, said Naruto with a small amusement as everyone laughed except for Tazuna, who felt insulted. Don't worry, Naruto and I. As the man of the house, I always made sure that Grandpa doesn't drink too much. After all, Grandpa can't be trusted to manage the money properly, said Inari cheekily, much to everyone's amusement and Tazuna ire at being told that he had no self-control. Dinner's ready, said Tsunami as she peeked out of the kitchen to look at her father and son. It didn't take long for the dishes to be served to the table, as everyone was amazed by the quality of food that was presented. Obviously, the one thing that never changed was the several fish-based dishes. Inari sat at Naruto's left side. As for Kiomi, well, she literally grabbed Hinata's face and pushed her away in favor of sitting at Naruto's right side, much to the Hyuga girl ire, as she hoped to somehow get close to Naruto in their stay, but sadly for her, Kiomi was there and Hinata easily got swatted away like an insignificant bug. It's not like Kiomi was feeling threatened by the former Hyuga heiress' futile attempt to get close to Naruto. After all, Kiomi had everything that the former Hyuga heiress had, which is an ender body that makes any men drool. Not that she would entertain any of them, since she had dedicated her body, mind, and soul to Naruto. But Kiomi had a lot things that Hinata didn't possess, and that is confidence to keep Naruto interested in her. Not that she doubted Naruto loyalty, since from what she heard and seen he was the most loyal person in the elemental nation, but aside from that Naruto is just like his mother in many aspects, which includes his interest in strong women, and Kiomi knew that she fit the description quite well, although most of her strength was made possible thanks to Naruto training. She pitied Hinata. After all, she knew that with her title as a former heiress must meant that her clan had pretty much revoked her title because she was unfit to lead the clan. After all, if there are any clan in Konoha that could rival the Uchiha clan in terms of inflated ego, would be the Hyuga clan. So, in a way, she could sympathize with her, but it didn't mean that she would be buddy-buddy with her. She was broken out of her musing when Inari took the lead in the dinner conversation. "So, Naruto and can you tell me stories about your adventure?" asked Inari as Naruto looked at the boy, pondering on what he should speak about. Kiba snorted. "Adventure? I would hardly call what he did an adventure," said Kiba. Obviously Inari was more curious than before. "A few months ago I went to the land of water, specifically Kirigakure. The goal of my visit was to merely gain experience that I was sorely lacking. As such, with the civil war going on, it was the perfect opportunity to grow stronger," said Naruto as everyone paid attention, even Tazuna gave his full attention. Kurenai looked at Naruto. "I have to say that was a very reckless decision, but considering your achievements there I can't hound you for it," said Kurenai, voicing everyone's thoughts. Tazuna was eerily quiet as he let Naruto continue. "I've met by chance Kiomi. At the time she was surrounded by multiple jonins from Kirigakure who wanted to obviously eliminate her for her clan dojutsu. Sadly for them I was present at the time and foiled their plans completely," continued Naruto, recounting his first meeting with his girlfriend. Something which made Ino excited and Hinata curious as to what had made Kiomi different from her. "Yeah, I remember that day you pretty much had them run away after you ended 5 of them with one single attack. It was really hot," said Kiomi, grinning as she dreamily remembered being saved by her knight. 5 Jonin-level shinobi were ended by just one attack? Was the thought that ran through Niji's head. He obviously had a hard time believing this, although Naruto exploits had spoken loudly for him, as such he believed her words. While Inari might have been disturbed with the fact that his idol ended, but being much more older and mature had made him understand the choice that his idol had made, and given the fact that the Land of Waves were at one point under the mercy of the tyrant Gato who ended without hesitation, he had come into terms that there are people that needed to be ended, and those 5 shinobi were prying on a girl. Kiomi, as you have already guessed, turned out to be the twin sister of Sasuke Uchiha, our teammate, said Naruto slowly, making sure to avoid mentioning the current status of his rogue teammate. "Seeing as the water country state was unsafe, I've offered her the choice to join me, which she accepted after she learned that I knew her brother. It was then that I had decided to train her, and she had exceeded my expectation," said Naruto, surprising the shinobi present in the room. "So you trained her? That's a surprise," said Asuma, taking a drag of his cigarette as Kiomi smiled and nodded her head. "Yeah, I got to tell you, Naruto-kun is a slave driver just like his mother, but since there were things that were beyond his area of expertise, such as the ninjutsu portion, he had taken to just teaching me some of the hand signs that he had memorized from observing other shinobi, and even helped me create my own jutsu," said Kiomi, surprising everyone even more. "Creating jutsu?" asked Kakashi incredulously. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of creating jutsu since his Chidori was his creation, but he knew that something like that was beyond a mere genin level. Even his own sensei had taken 3 years to create his rank jutsu, the Rasengan, and even then it was incomplete. "Yes," answered Kiomi with a smile on her face. "I do admit the process was quite difficult, but Naruto-kun had helped me in the process. We had to first understand the mechanism of each hand signs and its function before we cracked each fire jutsu that we knew and tried to see the similarities between them to replicate the same process in the creation of the new jutsu," said Kiomi as everyone was astonished. "We also had to know how to properly knead the chakra to get the result we seek. There were a lot of trials and errors, but she ended up being successful all on her. I've merely given her pointers." Naruto proudly makes Kiomi feel immense pride in herself. Tazuna chugged down some of the sake in his mouth. "To this day I still don't understand those ninja things you shinobi do," said Tazuna. He was obviously unhappy since he was pretty much clueless on what was being said. Shino looked at the bridge builder. "Tazuna-san, jutsu creation is a very difficult task to achieve. Let me ask you a question. Can anybody just walk and build complex bridges right from the get-go? Said Shino, making the Tazuna and Inari to ponder on what was said. To build a bridge requires a lot of process, like building the bridge foundation. It's a very complex process that many amateur builders fall into, said Tazuna, having understood everything that was said. Jutsu creation is like a bridge, Mr. Tazuna? Said Niji as he opened his lavender eyes to stare at Tazuna and his family. One wrong mistake and the jutsu would backfire, which means that the bridge will fall. That's how delicate the process is and how amazing that they had managed to achieve something like that, said Niji as the shinobi present in the room nodded their head in agreement. Kakashi's lone eye opened as he looked at Kiomi. How many jutsu have you created so far, Kiomi-san? Asked Kakashi curiously, which nobody could fault him as Kiomi raised her hand, channeling some of her chakra, which led her hands to be encased in smoldering flames, its heat rivaling even AC rank fire jutsu. Everyone watched in astonishment. We learned in our travels that I had a high affinity for fire that far surpasses any Uchiha, so Naruto-kun told me to take advantage of this by creating and developing my clan taijutsu to make it more devastating, which led to the creation of the Interceptor Flaming Fist, which is basically my own unique taijutsu, said Kiomi proudly as the fire quickly went out. That's ingenious, came the voice of Kurenai, feeling immense pride at seeing another kunoichi prove to all the males in the room that kunoichi are not useless. If you could expel the fire from your fist, you will be literally bending fire to your will, added Sakura, and then she thought of Kiomi learning Tsunade super strength, and it made her shiver in fear. Actually, this was also my second jutsu that we worked on. It's actually quite chakra draining, so I don't usually make it a habit of using it a lot, but it helped me quite a lot, especially when being surrounded, said Kiomi, rubbing the back of her head, remembering the multiple destruction she brought in her wake by that simple jutsu. Wow, that's amazing, Kiomine, said Inari, obviously astonished and amazed by what the ninja could do. Kiomi obviously smiled brightly. Thanks, although it was all thanks to Naruto-kun's help, said Kiomi as Hinata, who sat quietly, felt a pang in her heart, wondering if she could have had such a bond with Naruto had she come out with her feelings early. That aside, how did you two tie the knot? Asked Ino mischievously, her eyes glinting with curiosity, wanting to milk all information out of them. Kiomi blushed in embarrassment, remembering how they had started their relationship, while Naruto turned his face away, also embarrassed. Ooh, you two are blushing, this means something juicy happened, said Ino excitedly as Kakashi started to let out a small perverted giggle, which he was joined by Tazuna as well, much to Kurenai and Tsunami ire. Well, our relationship started in the oddest way, said Kiomi as she twiddled with her fingers. You see, I had a crush on Naruto-kun, but I didn't know how to come out with my feelings, so I kinda decided to confess and kiss him while sleeping, but it turns out that he was awake the whole time since he was a light sleeper and ended up hearing everything. Luckily, he had the same feelings for me, and that's how our relationship started, said Kiomi as everyone looked astonished while Hinata was even more jealous than before. I should probably have Jiraiya write a plot about this in his next Ika, muttered Kakashi to himself, although sadly for him he was heard and his thoughts were not appreciated as he received the stinking eyes from both Kurenai and Tsunami. This is so beautiful, I wish you both happiness, said Tenten, having been quiet for so long as she received an appreciative gaze from Kiomi and Naruto. This is romantic, tell me more, said Ino, wanting more juicy details. I think we've diverted from the main topic, came the lazy voice of Shikamaru as he probably sat, although his posture was slouched, showing how tired he is. We were talking about Naruto and his troublesome adventure in Kirigakure, said Shikamaru as everyone seemed to realize that they had indeed diverted from the topic, and Inari gave him an appreciative look. You're right, anyways, after training her I've sent her to deal with small camps that belonged to Yagura forces to help her get comfortable and gain experience. It was after we made a name for ourselves that the rebel army led by Meitrumi had reached for us, said Naruto as everyone gave Naruto their undivided attention. So what happened? Asked Guy in an uncharacteristically serious tone as he looked at Naruto, who let out a sigh. Flashback. It was another one of Yagura camps that Naruto had easily disposed of, but this time around Kiomi had taken to helping him in the elimination as she took the other half of the camp, and with her newly created jutsu she was able to make quick work of the enemy forces. Naruto looked at Kiomi, who had both her hands in her pocket, as he let out a small frown as he walked towards her and pulled her right arm to see a few burns. It was obvious that the jutsu that she created had given her burns as he looked at Kiomi, who averted her eyes in shame. His expression softened as he pecked her burned knuckles gently. Kiomi, listen, I'm not angry, I'm just worried, please don't use Heiken for now until we could be sure that it didn't have any effects on your chakra coils, said Naruto softly as Kiomi nodded her head as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, seeking comfort in which Naruto had offered. Sorry, said Kiomi, her voice muffled, feeling relieved that Naruto was not angry by her reckless action. It's fine, although I have to admit that was a nice technique, Kiomi. I'm sure after you overcome its negative effects you will be a force to be reckoned with, said Naruto with a proud smile as her cheeks reddened by the compliment. Separating from the hug, Naruto started walking towards the tents to look for some of the supplies that didn't get caught in the crossfire. It was a habit that he and Kiomi have been doing, which is looting the camps that they have destroyed. It's not like the dead will get to take their possession with them to the afterlife, so he will make the most of what he could find. After sealing everything in a scroll, he stopped and looked at one of the trees hidden by the thick mist. Are you gonna keep spying on us the whole time? Naruto, under any circumstances he would have struck the enemy, but the stalker didn't have any ill intent. He didn't have to wait for long because a middle-aged man with blue hair, which is styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered with an eye patch. He wore a talisman in each ear with the kanji for a humble form of to hear, sho, written on them twice on each side. He also wore the standard striped, gray suit, with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down over them. The man was obviously flanked with a small group of shinobi, but they all were fidgeting nervously as they kept their head low. They have seen the massacre of one of Yagura's camps made by two people, and they did it with quite ease. My name is Ao. I'm one of Lady Terumi's bodyguards. We didn't come here to fight you, honorable swordsman, said Ao respectfully. So I am an honorable swordsman? Mused Naruto with a little hidden amusement but kept a stoic expression. I am quite aware of that. I don't sense any ill intention, so I have no reason to attack you or your shinobi, Naruto said, making the group of shinobi to sigh in relief. I'm glad to hear that. The last thing we want is to fight. Instead we came here because Lady May had heard tales of your achievements in destroying Yagura camps and wanted to extend an offer for you and your female companion as well, said Ao, making sure to not offend the powerful swordsman. Most likely they want us to join the rebel army. Kiomi thought she knew the significance of the name of Mai Terumi. She is the leader of the rebel army, possessing not just one but two Kekkai Genkai, and is a candidate for the seat of Mizukichi. Naruto looked at Kiomi, who gave him a nod before he looked at Ao. Very well, we're willing to hear your leader's offer. Please lead the way, said Naruto as Ao nodded in relief. There is also a condition for both of you to come with us. We need to cover your eyes. We apologize if that would offend you both, but it's just our protocol since we're quite secretive of our main base, said Ao, this time a little nervous along with his shinobi. Naruto looked at them with an intense gaze, seeing as they got scared before he sighs. I understand, said Naruto simply, which surprised them that he was willing to cooperate even though he could just annihilate them. Thank you for cooperating, said Ao as they proceeded to cover both of their eyes, and then they quickly took off, being mostly helped by the shinobi so as to not trip. Not that Naruto needed help since his senses were sharp even when his eyes were covered. It didn't take long for them as they quickly reached the base before they untied the cloth covering both Naruto and Kiyomi's eyes. We apologize once more for the inconvenience, said Ao once more before he gestured for them to follow him, which they easily complied. The main base of the rebel army operation looked to be a run-down city. It was neither big nor small. He was already aware that the rebel army had managed to take some of the camps that he and Kiomi had destroyed, which had made their advance towards overtaking the capital of Kirigakure much quicker. Some of the rebel army shinobi could be seen walking on the streets to make sure that no Yagura shinobi could sneak inside their main base of operation and maintain a public image. After all, there were civilians in the midst, so seeing some of those shinobi walking around filled them with a sense of safety. Some of those shinobi noticed his presence, and it was obvious that some had recognized him. Some of them were downright scared, and some of them were filled with immense hope, seeing as Naruto was accompanying Ao, which meant that their chances of defeating Yagura had skyrocketed. It was then that murmurs filled the street. It didn't take long for Ao to stand in front of an average-sized building. "We've arrived," said Ao as he walked inside the building, and Naruto knew that the building was filled with multiple Umbu-level shinobi. What a cunning woman. Nobody would expect the leader of the rebel army to hide in such a small rundown building, thought Naruto. He could see seals written on the walls, which was probably a seal that kept the building from falling down easily. Standing in front of a dead end, Ao proceeded to go through several hand signs before the wall started to slowly crumble, revealing a long corridor that doesn't seem to end. Taking a one-hand sign, the genjutsu was broken, revealing a much clean and decorative hallway which was painted with the color blue. Standing in front of the door, he slowly knocked on the door, waiting for an answer. "Come in, Ao," came the melodic voice of the leader of the rebel army, Mei Terumi. Opening the door, the room looked like a watered-down version of the Hokage office, but it also looked like it was her living quarter, as the couch had a pillow and a cover. Said leader was quite beautiful, if Naruto was being honest. She was a tall, slender woman with fair skin. She has green eyes and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wears a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zipper, and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up to the upper part of her arms. Underneath, she wears a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears a skirt in the same color as her dress, and underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left, along with high-heeled sandals, shin guards reaching up over her knees, dark blue nail polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with purple lipstick. The leader of the rebel army let out a seductive smile, which obviously left Kiomi quite annoyed, knowing that Mei Terumi is a woman who wanted to quickly get married, so she will obviously take interest in Naruto once he entered the room. "Hello, my name is Mei Terumi, the leader of the rebel army. I thank you for accepting my invitation, but I'm quite surprised that the one who has been making a name for himself in Kirigakure was a teenager, a handsome teenager that is," said Mei, adding with a seductive tone. "I would like to know the name of such a fine young man," asked Mei politely, and while Naruto may have found her flirting attempt a little bit much, but he knew that she was a leader. "My name is Naruto Yu, and next to me is my girlfriend Kiomi Uchiha," introduced Naruto politely. "So what does the leader of the rebel army want from me?" asked Naruto with a calm tone, which made Mei take a serious look, knowing that Naruto's decision will affect the tide of the war and she intends to do what's best for her people. Mei Terumi sat looking at the team that undoubtedly had the power to help them end this nightmare. Many people would have doubted her sanity if she entrusted the life of her shinobi onto a 14-year-old teen, but due to Naruto's accomplishment, nobody could oppose her decision. "You're right, the rebel army's goal has been to remove the Yonde Mizukage from his office," said Mei slowly, seeing as Naruto has already guessed that much. "I won't beat around the bush on the situation, but we really do need help to end this civil war, because at this rate we're going, the rebel army would lose, and if by some miracle we were to win this civil war," said Mei, taking a deep breath at the end, "there will be no winners, since both of your forces will be crippled, and you fear that other hidden villages will try to take the spoils of the village when it's at the most weakest, and then Kirigakure will lose its place among the 5 hidden villages, which will be a massive death blow," continued Naruto in her place, knowing exactly what she wanted to say. Mei nodded her head, amazed at his quick deduction skill. "Yes, I fear that much will happen, which is why when we heard about an unknown swordsman wandering around the water country and destroying Yagura camps, made our advance to take back our village much more easier. As such, we want to recruit you. Rest assured your service will be rewarded handsomely," said Mei, looking hopeful that Naruto will accept. "No, said Naruto, simply shocking Mei to the core, along with taking Kiomi aback. Before Mei could try to say anything, he raised his hand, stopping her. Before you come to quick conclusion, let me properly rephrase it, said Naruto as he raised one of his fingers. First, I won't be part of the rebel army because it will mean I have to answer to you and my movements will be restricted, which is not what I want, said Naruto as he watched Mei feel conflicted. Raising his second finger, second, I didn't simply say that I refuse to help the rebel army, you could call it a sort of alliance, so what do you say, Maidano? Said Naruto as he watched Mei lighten up. At this point they needed as much help they could get, and if it meant listening to his condition then she would do it. That is perfect with us, said Mei, quite grateful as she sat at her chair in relief. Thank you Naruto Dano and Kiyomi Dano for helping us. The rebel army and Kirigakure will be in your debt, said Mei as both nodded their heads. It's no problem at all, we're glad that we could help, said Kiyomi cheerfully, even though she disliked how the future Mizukage looked at her boyfriend with the effed me eyes. End of flashback. How youthful of you, Naruto-kun, helping another village to vanquish their tyrant leader. You truly are the embodiment of the power of youth, said Lee as he clenched his fist. His eyes exploded into inferno, his voice showing passion. You're right, Lee, said Guy with as much passion as his own students, as both stood up, both letting out their youthful tears as they called it, before Guy kneeled, his arm wide open to receive his student into a youthful hug. Guy-sensei, said Lee with tears. Lee-kun, said Guy with tears. Just as they were about to commit the forbidden sunset genjutsu and scar everyone in the room, multiple weapons were seen floating in the air, pointing dangerously at them as it showed swords, staffs, axes, lances, etc. They gulped in fear as they slowly looked at the perpetrator to see Naruto glaring at them heatedly. As much as I respect the two of you, I'd soon tear you both apart before you commit that stupid genjutsu and risk traumatizing everyone here in the room, said Naruto as everyone watched, stunned to see multiple weapons being telekinetically commanded by Naruto. Tenten, on the other hand, had heart-shaped eyes. She was literally in love as she watched the multiple weapons floating in the air that words can't come to describe how simply majestic they are. Whoever made them was a legend, and she wanted to get her hands on them to examine them and to replicate them if possible. I can't believe it, said Niji, stunned as he had activated his Byakugan. Those weapons are telekinetically controlled. There are no chakra strings or anything of that sort, said Niji, stunning everyone to silence as they tried to process what had occurred. Holy shit, said Kiba as he looked stunned at what he was seeing. As he backed away, Naruto quickly snapped his finger and the weapon simply vanished like it wasn't there anymore. Wow, that was so cool, Naruto, said Inari, but was cut off when Tenten practically jumped at the opposite side of the table and grabbed Naruto, shaking him. Where did you get your hands on such a majestic and beautiful weapon? Please, Naruto-kun, let me touch them. I will give you anything you want, shouted the fanatic weapon mistress Tenten. She wouldn't let this go without at least getting to examine the weapons. Niji, on the other hand, shivered when he saw Kiyomi scowl and knew to interfere before Tenten got herself in the hospital. Tenten, that's enough, said Niji as he brought his hand under the girl's armpit before he pulled her away. Tenten obviously struggled in the hold she was in, trying to release herself by kicking the air like a child throwing a tantrum. Let me go, Niji, I can't let this chance to study beautiful weapons slip away like this, said Tenten, but she was denied as everyone watched with a small sweat drop at the girl's obsession with weapons. Naruto let out a sigh, regretting his decision of displaying a portion of his power. This is one of the many weapons my mother owned and she gave it to me, said Naruto with a sigh, responding to her first question. As for touching my weapons, maybe another time, said Naruto, much to the girl, whining and begging. I'm curious, what else did you learn, Naruto-san? Asked Kurenai. Part of the mission was to get any information on Naruto. It's not like they have any secret evil plan of trying to turn him into a weapon. That was Danzo's thing, and she doubted the old fool is stupid enough to try and pull a stunt that will bring his life to an abrupt end. Naruto looked at the Jonin-sensei with an intense gaze that made everyone slightly nervous before he let out a sigh. I learned my clan sword style, although I still have a long way to go. I also learned how to use bow, staff, and all types of weapon in my fight. said Naruto as everyone nodded their heads. Do you have some sort of Kekkei Genkai? Asked Shikamaru as Naruto doubted he would be able to fool him, but he wasn't planning to give the real truth to his ability. Yes, I do have a Kekkei Genkai, although it's separated into several stages which I won't divulge into, said Naruto, making a lot of people frown at Naruto's lack of trust. He might talk, but he doesn't trust them with any information. Do you not trust us? Asked Sakura, feeling hurt that Naruto wouldn't trust anyone in the room including her. Yes, I don't trust you and the others. We simply don't have that deep bond for me to tell you anything about me. Besides, the shinobi world is all about deception and I'm simply following the old creed by not revealing my cards like a total idiot, said Naruto plainly, as most of them flinched knowing that he brought a good point and the others just simply understood and didn't pry any further. That seems logical. It's not our place to pry, said Shino. He was obviously intrigued since his bugs had told him that Naruto didn't use chakra at all, but didn't want to pressure Naruto into talking, which would result in him lashing out on them and creating distrust among them, which is the last thing he wanted to do. That aside, said Ino as she looked at Naruto with an intrigued look, why not tell us about those two little kids in Kirigakure? They did call you sensei, so I'm curious? Asked Ino, something that everyone seems to be in the same boat. Wait, you're a sensei, Naruto and I? Inari asked, quite shocked that the boy is a sensei, which Naruto simply gave a nod to. The boy's name was Ju Tomioka and the little girl's name was Shinobu Kocho, said Naruto as he had a fond smile which took most of them by surprise, and Hinata, Ino found themselves blushing at his charming smile. After my deal with Mei-san, we were given lodging. Those two were orphans, although Shinobu had an older sister who took care of her, but for Ju he only had a best friend whose name was Sabito. Naruto's face then turned impassive. Sabito was everything Ju wanted to be because Sabito was very brave and believed that a man should fight and not cry, continued Naruto, as everyone knew where this was going and didn't like it one bit. As for Inari, he was reminded by his father. Sadly, one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, loyal to Yagura, had ended the boy after he stood up against him. Ever since then, Ju harbored hatred towards the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, but despite his hatred, he blamed himself for his only friend death and was a very crybaby, said Naruto, as everyone remained silent hearing about the boy's misfortune, which Kakashi felt he could relate with. I don't know why, but I felt attracted to the two of them and decided to train them. Over the months they have trained to wield a sword which Ju excelled at, but Shinobu had a weak body that she couldn't cut a tree, said Naruto, as everyone waited with bated breath to hear what Naruto did. I didn't give up on her. I saw potential in her to become something great, so I recommended for her to learn medical ninjutsu along with how to create poison and its antidote and how to apply it on her blade to compensate for her weak physique, said Naruto. His lips turned into a smile. It was thanks to that she was able to get quickly stronger, and I proceeded to teach her along with Ju the importance of breathing for various purposes such as stopping their bleeding, increasing their speed by breathing, etc., said Naruto, as everyone looked at Naruto with admiration and awe. Right now they're working on creating their own sword style, which I supervised for the most part, and they're doing quite well. I'm very proud of them, said Naruto softly, being lost in memory as everyone found their respect for Naruto skyrocket. That includes Kurenai, who couldn't help but respect Naruto even more for not writing off Shinobu and stuck with her till the end. Wow, who knew you would be a sensei material? Said Kiba in a teasing voice, although he secretly felt envious towards Naruto for being successful in such a short time. Kiomi scoffed at the comment. Naruto-kun has always been a good sensei material. In the academy you had to sit for an entire day listening to lectures with Chunin trying to stroke the next generation ego, making most of them become quite arrogant and full of themselves, but Naruto didn't learn from sitting and listening. He is the type who speak less word and more practical approach, which in my opinion is a much better learning method since it helps you see the errors, said Kiomi, as everyone stayed quiet, having already known about that fact. She does bring a valid point, admitted Sakura out loud. I was a book smart at the academy, being the kunoichi of the year, but in terms of fighting skills I was really average, and as much as I hate to admit it, my fight with Ino in the Chunin exam preliminary was a wake-up call at how much I was lacking, because even though I studied most taijutsu style and how to dispel genjutsu, but when it came to executing them in real-life situation it became apparent that it was much more difficult than it may look, said Sakura, as everyone nodded their heads. I can't really say that it's incorrect even though it's troublesome. After all, a hands-on learning method helps you develop muscle memory, and it mostly comes from experience, which is why reading and execution are two separate things, and without balance between the two you will be incomplete," said Shikamaru as Asuma took a puff of his smoke and smiled. "Come to think much of it, Munch, there was this quote Munch after we passed the second Munch part of the Chunin exam," said Choji, obviously munching through his chips much to some of the others' disgust. "If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. Gain knowledge and prepare yourself for the missions. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages. And if you have both heaven and earth, you can succeed in even the most dangerous mission," recited Asuma as he let out a small smirk. Inari gained a confused look. "What does it mean?" asked Inari in confusion before he looked at Naruto. "Heaven in short means that if you have the mentality of a toddler, then you, my friend, are fed and need to get your act straight. As for earth in short means that if you have the body of a walking stick, then you, my friend, are meant to be a punching bag. So if you don't want to be one, then train hard," said Naruto bluntly yet with a small savage grin. Everyone except Kiomi choked at Naruto's translation. "Brutal yet effective," was the thought of everyone in the room. "You know, the scary thing about all of this is that he is absolutely right," said Tenten. Kiomi smirked. "That's something Mira would say," said Kiomi. Speaking of Mira, she was cackling madly inside his mindscape, feeling immense pride in her son for speaking like a true you. "Mira? Is that your mother's name?" asked Kakashi as Naruto simply gave a nod. "Speaking of your mom, what is she like?" asked Sakura, wanting to know more about her teammate. "My mom is a very kind person," said Naruto, but everyone saw Kiomi shudder slightly when hearing the word kind. "I won't go into too much detail on how we met, but she was the one who taught me everything, that includes studying to compensate for the fact that I was sabotaged," said Naruto slowly, letting everyone digest what he was saying. "She also helped me better understand my own feelings. A great example of that is my feelings towards Sakura, which I later learned was simply admiration because she went from being bullied for the size of her forehead to one of the popular girls in the class," Naruto said, shocking Sakura but had an understanding look. "She also listened to my problems and comforted me when I simply had a bad day. While my mom is a very tough person, she always told me that bottling my emotions is not good for my mental psyche and always offered me a shoulder to cry on if it became unbearable. She told me that crying is not a weakness but a proof that I had endured," said Naruto with a small smile as everyone found themselves realizing that they never really knew the real Naruto Uzumaki, or now Naruto U. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, he decided to lighten it. "I also took after her in terms of personality. That includes her bad temper, in which she often twists someone's head, and her drill sergeant personality when it comes to training," said Naruto, making everyone shiver in fear, having hair in their necks stand up. "I also took after her in the love interest department, since both of us are into strong male/female. I don't know why, but I just find it completely CC to have a woman try to dominate you because it makes it much more fun to dominate back," said Naruto bluntly with no shame at all, making Kakashi, Tazuna and Kiba giggle perversely while having a trickle of blood running down their nose, while the others were simply beet red with the exception of Ino, who had a perverted grin on her face, and Kiomi was thinking of ways to reward Naruto later. "I had no chance to begin with," thought Hinata was sad as she didn't fit Naruto criteria for a love interest since she was weak-willed and weak physically. "This is gold. I need to relay this to Jiraiya-sama and then we could have another Ika, Kakashi thought, thinking about the kind of plot. "That aside, my mom is considered a perfectionist and a sadist when it comes to training me and won't pull any punches. The only way our training session could end is when I can't move anymore or just unconscious. Mom is really cool," said Naruto with admiration as everyone except Kiomi shivered violently. "Is he a masochist?" was the thought of everyone except Kiomi. "Troublesome. I always knew that you blondes are more trouble, no scratch, that you white-haired are more trouble than I gave you credit for. How can you enjoy this?" said Shikamaru, a little mortified. "I believe this is called being a mama boy," said Ino, even though she was irked by Shikamaru's comment about blondes. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I guess I am a mama's boy," said Naruto without being embarrassed. "As for your question, Shikamaru, the reason why I enjoy this is because at the end of the day I know she wants the best for me, and besides she saved me from myself, which is why I trained hard and didn't complain, because I want to make her proud of me and prove to her and myself that she was right to put faith in me," said Naruto as everyone went quiet, realizing that for Naruto, who had no parents, having someone to care for him in a maternal way was a treasure. Sakura was the most quiet out of the group, remembering some of the cruel words she said about Naruto, like that time she said that he was lucky to not have parents nagging him. Speaking of her parents, she had realized that she really took them for granted. Dad, Mom, I'm really such a bad daughter, I've taken your kindness for granted, sadly thought Sakura. Naruto's words were enough to affect Shikamaru, who closed his eyes and thought about his mother. She is rough and quite tempered, which always results with her getting violent, but her temper was justified. He always lazed around, and even though he hates to admit it, his father was right, without women men will be nothing. You really are something else, Naruto-kun, thought Kakashi with an eye smile. Goodbye, Mr. Tazuna and Mrs. Tsunami, thank you for allowing us to stay here, said Sakura gratefully as she turned to watch Naruto bid Inari goodbye. Are you sure about traveling that late? It's sunset already, asked Tsunami as she looked at the Konoha contingent. We need to be at Konoha by morning since we've taken too much time to return, and we don't want to trouble you more than we should since we came here suddenly, said Kurenai, taking the lead in the conversation as Tsunami let out a sigh. I don't like it, but you shinobi have your own business, so good luck, and it was nice to see familiar faces once more, said Tsunami as the Konoha contingent nodded their heads. So are you gonna visit us again, Naru and I? Inari asked as he looked up at Naruto, who had obviously grown quite taller. Don't know, kid, right now there are troubles that will keep me busy for quite a long time, but I will try to visit you, Naruto said, as Inari understood as now that the wave country was free and was able to freely spread their wings after being isolated for quite a long time. He was able to learn more about the world through the many travelers that came to do contracts with his grandfather. Well, I understand, but by the time you come I will become a man just like Dad, said Inari as Naruto nodded with a smile ruffling Inari hair. I will count on that, said Naruto as he walked towards Kiomi, ready to leave along with the Konoha contingent. Kakashi, being the leader of the contingent, decided to issue the orders, just like before. We will take formation, ordered Kakashi, while Naruto just simply did what he knew best, and that is to ignore it, but Kiomi decided to get his attention by pulling on his shirt. Naruto looked at Kiomi, who was giving him a puppy eye, and knew that she wanted something. Can we ride Toma, pretty please? Asked Kiomi as Naruto shuddered, trying to resist, but he knew he couldn't, so he let out a sigh. Fine, said Naruto as suddenly right before everyone's eyes a crimson horse materialized, its size towering over the bridge builder house, since Naruto made sure to make him big. Yay! Cheered Kiomi as she jumped on top of Toma, hugging the crimson horse, who seemed to appreciate the gesture. Naruto, said Kakashi in shock, but Naruto just let out a sigh. Get on top, it will make our return to the leaf quicker, said Naruto before he himself jumped on top of Toma and held on the rope, not before rubbing Toma's fur, making it excited. The rest of the Konoha contingent did get on top, but were a little hesitant at first before they decided to trust Naruto. Toma, take to the sky towards Konoha, Naruto instructed the horse gently as Toma jumped in the air to everyone except Kiomi, the horse starting hovering in the air. Holy shit, it can fly, said Kiba in astonishment as Toma felt like puffing his chest in pride. Tenten's eyes were sparkling even more. This is so cool. What kind of summon is this? Asked Tenten, eager to know, but she was cut off when Toma just flew in the air and towards the cloud as Guy, Lee, Hinata, Sakura and Ino started to scream. So cool, said Inari as he watched the horse fly to the distance, his eyes sparkling as Tazuna looked pale yet with astonishment before he decided to forget about what had transpired with a good sake, much to Tsunami dismay. So that's what a cloud looks like, said Shikamaru with a nonchalant look, not caring that they were high in the clouds because he wouldn't have it any other way. It's really beautiful, isn't it, Kurenai? Said Asuma as he decided to get close to his fiancée Kurenai, and given the sunset it was the perfect romantic scene. Yeah, it is, said Kurenai, her body more relaxed than ever as her hands interlocked with Asuma. Niji looked at the clouds and sunset along with the birds flying, which made him rub his forehead where his caged bird seal is located. His face softened. So this is what freedom is? Thought Niji wished he could have been able to share such a wonderful experience with his father, but alas, he is dead. Kakashi, on the other hand, was foaming in his mouth. Why do you ask? Well, seeing a scene like this, especially when having to watch Asuma and Kurenai get close, Naruto and Kiomi, Niji and Tenten made him have the perfect story to tell for Jiraiya. I can't wait to get back to Konoha. I will become Jiraiya-sama's favorite fan and will get to be the first one to receive the new series before everybody else. Thought Kakashi was feeling victorious. Ino, who has calmed down, was admiring the sunset with heart's eyes, although she had felt jealousy when seeing couples share the beauty of nature together. Naruto, on the other hand, was beet red, with the reason being Mirayu. Apparently his mother had taken this moment to recount her younger days when she and Dewi had one of their escapades in which she had taken him on top of Toma and flew to the sky, and the rest was history. Sadly, they were caught at one point as Daryang, being the older sister of Dewi, had been smirking the whole time and had teased him to death. As for her, well, her uncle had fainted and her cousin was jealous yet was beet red. The sad part about the whole thing is that Mira was not one to shy away from anything, and had shamefully admitted everything if it weren't for Dewi covering her mouth to prevent her from spilling anything and save himself from further embarrassment. Naruto then looked at Kiomi, who had taken to straddling him, her head resting in the crook of his neck, inhaling his scent that always drove her crazy. Naruto's arm wrapped around her waist, his face resting in the crook of her neck. The two silently enjoyed their time together, although they were watched by Hinata, who still had a jealous look yet was sad at the same time. It was early morning, with the shops opening to start their day like they normally did. At the gates of Konoha we could see two guards who at one point were dubbed Eternal Gatekeeper, because they were stuck as Chunin guards for years and had never attempted to get promoted. The two partners for life were never seen without each other, to the point that everyone suspected that they were in a relationship, something which they tried to justify multiple times without success, as their bro hugs didn't help their situation. That aside, the first guard was revealed to be brown hair and dark eyes. His hair is combed down and always covers his right eye. He wears his forehead protector like a bandana, along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit which goes all the way up to his chin, and a flak jacket. That man would be Izumo Kamizuki. He was the opposite of his partner, as he is more responsible, mature and serious of the two. He doesn't tolerate his partner's habit of ditching work in order to sit in the Jonin standby station's lounge and often drag him back to work. The second guard has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. He wears the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi, complete with a forehead protector and a flak jacket. That man would be Kotetsu Higain. He was the opposite of his partner, being irresponsible, immature at times, and extremely lazy, which was displayed with him sleeping at the job. He always complains about his job as Chunin guard and often tries to ditch work, but was put to a stop by Izumo, who dragged him back to the gates. Today was no different at all, as they had opened the gates of Konoha to allow shinobi to start their work and the clients and merchants to start entering the village. They sat in their post, and a book was opened in front of them listing the names of the shinobi that were still outside on a mission and those who have returned along with scheduled arrival. "Look alive, you two," came the voice of a pig-tailed blonde woman with the largest bust. Kotetsu straightened when hearing the familiar voice. "Lady Tsunade, what are you doing here?" asked Kotetsu, quite nervous at seeing the Hokage standing in front of the gates along with Shizune and Jiraiya. Kotetsu was nervous because not 5 minutes on the job and he was sleeping, and now the Hokage herself had seen him, but apparently his fear was for nothing, as Tsunade didn't seem to even care. "Naruto should be returning right about now with Konoha 11, said Tsunade, surprising the two eternal guards that the blonde knucklehead was returning. "So Naruto is returning, that's great news. Konoha has been rather quiet without him around," said Kotetsu, being quite pleased and excited. "But considering the rumors about him, he is now an S-rank shinobi, he definitely got stronger," said Izumo, with Kotetsu nodding his head in agreement. "I wonder what else changed aside from his hair being white now and him being a master swordsman," wondered Kotetsu, as both him and Izumo started chattering with each other on crazy theories, much to Tsunade's annoyance. Shizune smiled. "It's really nice to know that he will be finally returning to the village after 2 years. I wonder what he's like in person without those stories circulating around. Shizune voiced her thoughts. Tsunade seemed to share the same thought, but she kept it to herself as she looked at the gates, being secretly eager to see the person that, while she may not admit it out loud, she started to view him as her own grandson. But just like any old women and women in general, she hated to associate herself with any vocabulary that might insinuate her age. "Holy shit!" shouted Kotetsu as he stared at the sky to see a crimson horse descending in front of the gates of Konoha. "A flying horse. Well, that's noon," said Jiraiya, having heard that the Konoha 11 were returning with the help of a summoning jutsu, but none of the Konoha 11 had any type of summoning that allows them to travel such a long distance unless Naruto has another summoning contract, which made him slightly frown. Konoha 11 jumped to the ground, and just like before, Guy was hauled on top of Kakashi's shoulder, Lee was being held by Niji, who looked rather annoyed to say the least, and Kiba was wrapped around by Shinobugs. Asuma and Kurenai seemed to be quite in a pleasant mood, which was seen through Asuma's face being filled with red lipstick marks, and Kurenai's neck was filled with hickey, which she was trying to cover up. Naruto and Kiomi jumped down to the ground as Toma started to shrink until it looked like a normal horse. "Thank you, Toma," Naruto said, rubbing its head, which made Toma squeal happily, while Kiomi gave the horse a big hug before it disappeared. "Naruto," was the voice of Tsunade as she looked at Naruto, who looked back at her with a blank look. "You look younger than the last time I saw you, godmother. For a second I thought being Hokage would have made you lose hair or at the very least turn gray," said Naruto as everyone slightly stiffened except for Kiomi. "I don't know if I should feel offended or pleased," said Tsunade, being annoyed that Naruto had both complimented her and insulted her indirectly, yet pleased at the same time that Naruto had matured a lot. "Now then, come here, brat," said Tsunade as she pulled Naruto, much to his dismay, into a bear hug as he awkwardly patted her back, as Tsunade wasn't one for hugs and kisses, but rather she welcomed people with her fist colliding onto them. That's what hers and Jiraiya relationship was for the past decades, and the same for him back when he was a fresh genin, but on a much lower scale, or she would have ended him unless she is trying to snap his spine in half. "You've been causing me a lot of trouble for that stunt of yours. I've had to deal with those shitty elders, and under any circumstances I should punish you for being reckless like always, but I will make an exception," said Tsunade, with Naruto being unfazed. "Ah shucks, I didn't know I was really that missed by those elders," said Naruto, letting out a fake tear. "So much so that it makes me want to puke," was the sarcastic response that came from Naruto, who gave a smirk worthy of the descendant and son of Mirayu. Jiraiya openly laughed, which was followed by the others, although Niji, Hinata, Shikamaru, Shino had to stifle their laughter. Mira, who was inside Naruto mindscape, let out a smirk as she gave a nod of approval. Tsunade looked at Naruto. "That was funny, Brad, at least you learned how to crack a joke," said Tsunade as Naruto smirked. "Thanks, but the credit goes to Mom. She was the one who taught me. After all, in her own words, knowing how to insult someone can be a weapon of mass destruction in the hands of a master," said Naruto, his voice oozing with admiration, making Tsunade stiffen slightly when hearing Naruto mention his mysterious mom. She then glanced towards Jiraiya, who gave a frown before she looked at Konoha 11. Realizing that they weren't surprised, which meant that Naruto had at least told them something about his mysterious mom. "So who's the chick?" said Tsunade as she looked at Kiomi, who gave a pout. "Meanie," said Kiomi with a cute pout before she smiled. "It took you long enough to realize that I was standing here, but my name is Kiomi Uchiha. Nice to meet ya," said Kiomi with a cheerful voice, taking Tsunade off guard. "Uchiha?" asked Tsunade incredulously before she glanced at Jiraiya, and seeing him not surprised made her growl. "Jiraiya, you knew something, didn't you?" said Tsunade, already knowing that the super pervert had hid from her a great deal of information. Jiraiya became slightly nervous. "I can explain," said Jiraiya as he started to step back. "Why, you see, I had one of my spies in Kirigakure keep tabs on Naruto movements, and I happened to learn about Kyomi, and you see, I didn't think it would be wise to reveal that another Uchiha was out there alive, because you know our good old friend Danzo wouldn't have let her go," said Jiraiya as Tsunade blinked a few times before she calmed down, realizing that Jiraiya did indeed bring a good fact. She wouldn't be surprised if the old bastard had one of his root Umbu disguise themselves as her Umbu Black Ops. "You're right, but what if Danzo already knew about her? I wouldn't be surprised if that one-eyed bastard is already aware of her," said Tsunade, but Naruto shook his head. "No, He doesn't know about her because any root umbu that tried to spy on us were ended by yours truly before they got too far, so at this point he is clueless about her, and even if he had learned about Kiomi's existence he wouldn't risk throwing away his subordinate's life so recklessly. Naruto said, surprising everyone while Jiraiya nodded his head. What makes you think that? Asked Sakura. Confused as Naruto let out a sigh, Danzo focuses on quantity rather than quality so he wouldn't burn away his numbers so recklessly, said Naruto as Sakura was taken aback realizing that Naruto did bring a point. Anyways, do you think it's a good idea to speak about something like that out in public? Commented Kiomi as Tsunade nodded her head. Given that you just returned from a long trip, I will allow you all to return to your homes and rest, but by afternoon I want a brief report from the Jonins and the next day a detailed report into my office, said Tsunade as everyone nodded before she looked at Naruto and Kiomi with a scrutinizing gaze. What is your relationship? Tsunade asked curiously as Kiomi beamed. This sexy Uchiha girl standing next to me is my girlfriend and is our dear Sasuke twin sister, said Naruto as Tsunade, Shizune and the two eternal guards were taken aback with Kotetsu giving a devious grin. Hot damn, banging his own former teammate's sister, he's on a whole other level, said Kotetsu as everyone then turned towards Jiraiya who was writing on a notepad frivolously looking like a possessed man. This is good, my next book will be Ika Ika Revenge, muttered Jiraiya as he continued to mutter incoherent words. Kiomi looked amused while Naruto and Tsunade looked pissed. Suddenly Naruto appeared behind Jiraiya, both hands ready as he grabbed Jiraiya's head and twisted it, letting the sound of crack echo through the quiet street. Everyone shuddered as they watched Jiraiya fall to the ground screaming, "Aw, you broke my neck, Gaki!" shouted Jiraiya as Naruto towered over him with his eyes white giving him an ominous look. Listen here, super pervert Jiraiya, if I see you peeping or even thinking about my girlfriend in any shape or form I will publicly castrate you, and if I ever find out that you put us in your smutty book, castrating you will be the last thing you will have to worry about, said Naruto with a deadly voice, with Jiraiya not knowing whether to feel great pride in being referred to as super pervert Jiraiya, or be afraid that his former student would make good use of his promise and cut off his pride and joy that was his family jewel. You fed up? Said Kiomi with amusement as she looked at Jiraiya. You see, Naruto-kun is very overprotective, which is really hot if I say so myself, and let me tell you this, he could do worse than that considering who his mother is, said Kiomi making Jiraiya shiver as he gave a frantic nod. Good, said Naruto with a smile before he found his arm locked with Kiomi who gave a grin. Let's go home, dear, we need a good long sleep, said Kiomi with a giggle before she dragged him inside the village with him, not resisting. I wonder what type of sleep she is talking about, said Kotetsu with a smirk as he nudged Izumo who gave an exasperated sigh. You're really hopeless, Kotetsu, said Izumo, but everyone interpreted their conversation differently. Kakashi glanced away from his favorite smutty book to look at the two eternal guards. Wow, they sure are a really nice couple, it's a shame they're denying it. Kakashi voiced his thoughts with everyone agreeing with Kakashi by nodding their heads as the two eternal Chunin guards were horrified. We're not a couple, shouted the two eternal guards, but flushed in embarrassment when they realized that they had shouted for everyone to hear them and those who were out at the time had looked at them weirdly. Naruto stared at his apartment with mild surprise as the place was dust-free and was sparkling, showing that someone was keeping his apartment clean. He could only think of few who could bother doing something like that, and Konohamaru was one of them as the boy admired him quite a lot. You really have a nice apartment, Naruto-kun, said Kiomi with a smile. She hardly cared about how small the apartment was as she knew that it was made for one person only. Naruto, on the other hand, had a tiny frown remembering his childhood days when he was forced to be responsible. He could vividly remember the large plastic bags that were thrown at the corner, gathering dirty odor that spread around the small apartment, making any sane person barf their breakfast, but he had gotten used to it. He could also remember the empty ramen box that was left open, spilling either on the ground or somewhere around the apartment, not to mention the clothes that were thrown around. He supposed the talk with his mother had helped him come to terms that what had happened to him was not his fault. This was one of the many greatest mistakes that the Sandaime had committed against him. After all, He wasn't obligated to raise himself or learn to be an adult at a young age. Kiomi glanced at Naruto, feeling a little bit of sympathy for her lover's childhood, but she was proud of him. Proud that her lover, even with all the world being against him, had still fought for survival and had kept an optimistic view of the world even when people had tried to put him down several times, but this time Naruto was not alone because she was there for him. "Taking a trip to the memory lane?" asked Kiomi softly as she interlocked her hands with Naruto, who appreciated the gesture. "Yeah, I guess seeing my old apartment reminded me of where I started. Reminded me of the time when I stubbornly drank from an outdated milk box and had to suffer for it by taking a trip to the bathroom," said Naruto, chuckling at the end while Kiomi giggled. "I remember when I sat on the table looking at the clock because it was going extremely slow, and maybe because I was really lonely at the time," said Naruto, with a low voice at the end while Kiomi understood as tears gathered at the corner of her eyes. She remembered the first time she heard about his childhood. She had cried quite a lot that day while cursing almost everyone in the village, that includes her own twin brother, for being a massive D towards her lover. Naruto then looked at Kiomi with a smile, but she could see how hurt he was. He might be one of the greatest swordsmen in the elemental nation, but he was still a human with feelings. "To be honest, I don't usually believe in fate," said Naruto slowly as Kiomi looked at him, "but I believe that our meeting that day was by the hands of fate. I'm happy that I have met you that day, Kiomi. You've really filled my heart with joy. I'm grateful to have you and Mom in my life," said Naruto as Kiomi felt her heart warm in joy. Kiomi did the most sensible thing to answer to such beautiful words. She jumped on top of him, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck as she fiercely kissed him, pouring her own emotion through a passionate kiss that Naruto answered back by wrapping his own arms around her waist. This was everything Naruto wanted. A loving girlfriend who he intended to have a future with, and a loving mother who had made him into a man. Separating from the kiss, the two still clung to each other, relishing in the closeness. "I will always be there for you, Naruto-kun. I will make sure that you no longer feel lonely again. After all, that's a promise of a lifetime," said Kiomi with a cheerful smile that Naruto appreciated. Tsunade let out a long sigh as she massaged her temple. "So this Mirayu that he talked about is related to him by blood, but he calls her mother. Did I get that right?" asked Tsunade as the four jonin nodded their heads slowly. Jiraiya frowned. "This is really concerning. I would have known if Naruto had blood relatives out there. Besides, if Naruto's skills is anything to go by, then Mirayu is even more skilled and dangerous," said Jiraiya, still sore from having his godson and the child of prophecy slip from his hands. But regardless of his feelings, Mirayu did a fine job at making Naruto into a powerful shinobi. Tsunade let out a sigh. "Even though I'm indebted to her, we barely know anything about her. Like, what is her intention? Why did she choose to train Naruto? Why didn't she come earlier? I'm afraid the information given about her isn't enough," said Tsunade. She didn't like this, but it was her duty as a Hokage to do this. Kakashi had a lazy look on his face, but his posture was slightly stiff. "Let's face it, she has done a better job at teaching him actual skills and raising him into an S-rank shinobi, something me and Jiraiya-sama had failed in that regard," said Kakashi in a guilty tone while Jiraiya turned his head away, feeling guilty as well. Asuma took a drag of his own cigarette. "We should have noticed from the start. The kid had a lot of potential. Even when he was being given the bare minimum and sabotaged, he was still able to keep up and defeat opponents several times stronger than him. Even Sasuke himself had envied him," said Asuma, reminding everyone of Naruto's potential and how they failed him. Kurenai then frowned. "Honestly, I was expecting Naruto to refuse returning to the Leaf. He along with the Uchiha girl were given a hero treatment in Kirigakure. We practically had to wait 2 hours to leave the village because everybody wanted to bid their heroes goodbye. I can't really say Konoha has ever done 1/4 of what Kirigakure did," said Kurenai bitterly as everyone frowned even more. Guy then shaked his head. "Naruto-kun clearly holds his mother in high regards," said Guy, having a thoughtful look on how to better explain the situation before he looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya. "Whenever the topic is about her, he always speaks about her fondly. I believe it's unyouthful. If we were to try and force him for answers, it will only cause more problems," said Guy in one of his rare serious moments. Tsunade bit on her lower lip. She knew that Naruto owed nothing to Konoha. If anything, they owed Naruto a great debt that she doubted could ever be repaid. It was because of him that they had an alliance with Sunigakure, Kirigakure, Land of Snow, Land of Wave, Land of Tea. He had also defeated the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, stopping it from destroying the village. What did the village do to reward a loyal shinobi of Konoha? They did nothing. Sure, Naruto's reputation had increased when he defeated Neji and later Gaara, but the village still saw him as the Nine Tails and some still held animosity towards him. Naruto had no reason to return to the Leaf. After all, Kirigakure had offered him a powerful position in their ranks. They gave him better accommodation, unlike his apartment in the Red Light District, and was given a hero treatment. Sometimes Tsunade wonders what her sensei was thinking when he decided to let an 8-year-old child live in his own apartment with no supervision and money to manage on his own. But still, Jiraiya tried to argue, but he was cut off by Tsunade, who gave him a glare. "They're right, Jiraiya. We can't force him to talk about his mother if he doesn't want to. Besides, could we ever say that Naruto loyalty is in question?" asked Tsunade, but everyone shook their heads. After all, Naruto was loyal to the village despite all the shitty things Konoha put him through. Jiraiya then let out a sigh. "I don't like to do this as much as you do, Tsunadeheim, but my only concern is the elders, especially Danzo," said Jiraiya, reminding everyone of the threat that lives among them as they shivered slightly. "It's not really a secret that Naruto had taken 2 apprentices in Kirigakure, and I wouldn't leave it past Danzo to try and capitalize on it to have Naruto loyalty put into question if he refused to share his knowledge on swordsmanship," said Jiraiya, and everyone could understand where he was coming from. Tsunade scoffed. What good will it get him if he tried to antagonize him? He of all people knows better than to antagonize him, especially considering that Naruto is a valuable asset to the Leaf, and if Naruto felt like he was being taken for granted, he will simply leave us and nobody here could so much as stop him. And not only that, our alliances will be cancelled, said Tsunade bitterly. Everyone remained quiet as Tsunade's eyes shifted towards the portrait of her grandfather and granduncle before she smiled, knowing exactly what she needed to do. It wasn't already a day, not even close to being half a day in Konoha, and right now someone was knocking on his door. "Naruto." Sakura's voice was heard from outside the apartment. "Wake up, we're summoned by Lady Tsunade to her office, and also bring Kiomi with you," Sakura added, but Naruto simply chose to ignore his pink-haired teammate. Kiomi groaned, already disliking the idea of waking up at such an hour, and tried to ignore the pink-haired girl as well by burying her head into her boyfriend's neck. Sadly, Sakura, being the apprentice of the very short-tempered Sannin, had worsened her already violent nature, which was shown when Sakura had knocked on the door one more time, but with much force. "Naruto, I know you're in there. Get up already or I will force my way in." Sakura's anger got the better of her, just like in their genin days, as she tapped her foot impatiently on the floor, her face etched into a scowl. Kiomi growled as she stood up from the bed. She was obviously in her undergarments as she walked towards the door, opening it to face Sakura. The pink-haired apprentice blushed when seeing the state of Kiomi clothes that reminded her of the Hyuga princess, and her athletic physique that showed that Kiomi wasn't just a pretty face or dieted just to try and impress someone, which made her envious. She was obviously broken out of her stupor when Kiomi snapped her fingers in front of the pink-haired girl's face. "My eyes are up here," said Kiomi, her anger dissipated as she was amused that she could make girls like Sakura jealous. "Now what do you want that you had to wake us up in such a manner?" asked Kiomi as she crossed her arms. Tsunade had summoned the 3 of us to her office," said Sakura while Kiomi let out an irritated sigh. It wasn't even half a day and they were summoned by the Hokage. Naruto came behind Kiomi holding a white bathrobe as he covered his girlfriend's exposed body as he wrapped his arm around her stomach, warming her body with his own. Sakura's eyes wandered towards Naruto, who was wearing black pants, but he was shirtless, showing his muscular build, which was covered with few battle scars, showing that Naruto wasn't taking the 2 years easy. Sakura had to eventually cover her nose after all. Getting a nosebleed for her teammate and in front of his girlfriend was really bad and suicidal if Kiomi decided to take offense in such action. "It's cold outside, it would be bad if you got sick," said Naruto in a very charming voice as Kiomi smiled lovingly towards her boyfriend, and for the second time she ignored Sakura, who stood at the door watching the romantic interaction between the two of them. "Sorry, I will be careful next time," said Kiomi as Naruto merely smiled and gently brought her chin towards him as he pressed his lips against hers for a soft kiss which Kiomi didn't hesitate to kiss back. Sakura felt out of place as she fidgeted around when seeing such displays of affection. It made her wonder what would have been her love life if she had accepted Naruto's affection in their childhood days and if Sasuke was capable of being a good lover. The two lovers separated from the kiss as Naruto turned towards Sakura, who was already having an inner turmoil, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what she was thinking. "Sakura, is her order urgent or not?" asked Naruto, wanting to figure out if the situation is important or not. Sakura broke out of her musing as her brain caught up with the question. "Master only told me to have you both in her office, but she didn't really say it was urgent." Sakura answered, not knowing why he asked that question. "Tell her that me and Kiomi will be there in half an hour. We still need to eat a meal and prepare ourselves," said Naruto as Sakura went quiet. Usually she would have snapped at him for taking her master order leisurely, but she had to remind herself that Naruto has grown and she doubted his girlfriend will appreciate her using violence against her boyfriend and in front of her unless she had a death wish. "Oh, okay, but I doubt Lady Tsunade will be happy with this. You know how she can get when people are late?" Sakura reminded Naruto of Tsunade's legendary short temper, which Naruto wasn't bothered with. "She should have told us beforehand. She can't just summon us when we haven't even adjusted to returning to the village, so we have enough reason to take our time. Now please excuse us," said Kiomi as she closed the door, not giving Sakura the time to come with a rebuttal. Kiomi turned towards Naruto. "What a great first day in the village, don't you say?" said Kiomi, obviously annoyed at the behavior of the Hokage and Sakura. Naruto smirked. "Don't worry, we just need to beat it into their skulls that we're not their weapon that they could use whenever they see fit," said Naruto, which Kiomi grinned. Tsunade was tapping her finger on the oak desk, being quite agitated when her apprentice returned without her godson and Sasuke's sister. She already knew that Naruto was a strong shinobi after all. Nobody goes through a civil war like in Kirigakure and comes out relatively unharmed, and with the stories circulating around, Naruto was already a Kage-level shinobi. Normally she would have thrown him a Jonin flak jacket and be done with it. After all, she'd rather drink her sake in peace, but those who still can't drop their prejudice towards him would protest against his promotion. After all, from her sensei diary that he left behind, the elders and the civilian council wanted Naruto to be stuck as a genin. After all, nobody wanted the weapon of the village to gain a high rank in the village hierarchy. But she was different from her sensei, who was too compassionate and merciful towards the council who took advantage of such kindness. She was stubborn and she won't allow them to manipulate her godson any further. After all, they had ruined his childhood already, and if it weren't for this mysterious mother that Naruto spoke about fondly, he would have been mental retard, given that Jiraiya had proven to be quite incompetent. Besides, Naruto is already terrifyingly strong, and the fact that he has no problem ending someone else's life showed her that Naruto has already matured, even if it pained her that his innocence was taken away. But the point is that Konoha won't be safe if they decided to make an enemy out of him. Loyalty? He had already proven that he was loyal to the village. After all, he returned to the Leaf even though he was offered a better position in Kirigakure military forces and was hailed as a hero. Achievements? He was the sole reason why Konoha had regained its alliance with Sunigakure, and much more stronger than before, not to mention the alliance with Kirigakure and Snow Country, Wave Country, and many of their important alliances was made possible because of Naruto's selflessness. Strength? He was already strong enough to be put in the bingo book as an S rank, making him an elite shinobi with a power that rivals a Kage-level shinobi, and she was sure his presence around the village will deter any enemies from attacking them. Not to mention, she was sure that many small villages and countries would extend alliances. This is why she won't allow them to ruin Konoha's future, because of their greed and inability to feel satisfied with what they already have. Which is why she will take extreme measures, including having the fire daimyo involved to deal with those pompous bastards in the council who think they're way more important than they are. Her musing was interrupted when a knock was heard, which she properly adjusted herself before the door was opened, revealing Naruto and Kiomi. This time Naruto was wearing different attire than the one he wore before, as he donned a black shirt. On top of it was a white jacket which was resting on both his shoulder, and brown cargo pants with black belt and boots. Kiomi on the other hand hadn't changed that much of her attire like Naruto did, but she had to admit Naruto looked much better without the excessive use of the color orange. "Took your sweet time, kid," said Jiraiya, but Naruto never bothered to even glance at the toad Sannin who was perched on the window as he kept an eye level with his godmother without flinching even once, which impressed her even if she won't admit it out loud. "I'm here. I'd like to know why we were called so suddenly without prior warning," asked Naruto calmly while Sakura looked at her teammate nervously. After all, nobody questions the Hokage orders no matter how ridiculous the orders can get. If Tsunade was offended she didn't show it on her face. "You just returned to the village a few hours ago, so it will take time before the council could gather, and I'm sure you know what that means," said Tsunade, which Naruto understood immediately. "I'm aware of how the civilian council and elders can get when the topic is revolving around me, but I just don't see what's the problem with it. After all, Konoha is the one that needs me, not the other way around," Naruto reminded Tsunade calmly. Tsunade rubbed her temple. "We already know that, Naruto, but the reason why I've called you both is to propose a test which will give me enough reason to promote you. After all, we can't have an S-rank shinobi stuck as a genin because of some council members and elders, but that is after you're done with Kakashi's own test that involves the three of you," said Tsunade, watching as Naruto let out a huff of annoyance which was shared by Kiomi. Tsunade then looked at the Uchiha girl and from her drawer pulled a leaf headband. "Kiomi, this is your leaf headband," said Tsunade as Kiomi walked towards the headband and placed it in her pocket, deciding to deal with it later or just discard it since she was never a fan of headbands. "What will happen to me?" asked Kiomi as Tsunade looked at her, a little confused by her question. "Excuse me?" Tsunade asked as Kiomi let out a small huff. "I'm pretty sure being the sister of both Itachi and Sasuke would cause a problem on its own. I wouldn't leave it past them to think I would do the same," Kiomi elaborated when Tsunade realized what she meant and let out a sigh. "To be honest, I don't know what will happen, but that is why I want to go forward with the test to have you both promoted. The only one I'm concerned with is Danzo, but he is pretty much clueless about your ability and being rash is not one of his qualities, so I wouldn't leave it past him to try and plant a spy, so you might want to be careful," said Tsunade as Kiomi gave a small nod of understanding. "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura after having determined that the conversation was over. Naruto raised his hand and pointed towards a wall near the window. "He's behind the wall," said Naruto as Sakura looked at the wall. "How long did you know I was there?" asked an impressed Kakashi who peeked his head out of the window that led him inside the office. In his hand was the smutty book which he was engrossed in it for the time he arrived. "The moment I was inside the office, maybe even before I came inside the office," said Naruto as Kakashi shut his book closed and pocketed it inside his pouch. "Hello, Sakura. I would say it has been a while and that you have grown, but we're already past the reunion," said Kakashi. Had already met Sakura early when they left for the mission to retrieve Naruto from Kirigakure, so they had time to catch up while on the road. "Thanks, sensei," said Sakura, rubbing the back of her head, quite embarrassed. Kakashi then looked at Kiomi, not knowing what to say to the Uchiha girl. He would be lying if he said that he was comfortable around her after Sasuke's betrayal, but he was willing to give her a try. "Nice to meet you again, Kiomi," said Kakashi. Kiomi gave him a nod, having seen the look in his eyes, and she couldn't blame him since after everything he did for her twin brother Sasuke, he stabbed him in the back by going to a traitor of the village for more power. "Now then, meet me at the usual training ground of Team 7 in an hour," said Kakashi as the team nodded their heads. Naruto turned around, walking along with Kiomi before he glanced at Kakashi. "For your sake you better not be late by 3 hours and take us seriously, we're no longer rookie genin," said Naruto before he left along with Kiomi, leaving Kakashi to let out a sigh, realizing that while Naruto respected him, but as a sensei he knew he was a failure. Jiraiya, who was forgotten at this point, looked slightly hurt when Naruto didn't even bother to glance at him or even answer him, but he steeled his expression as he looked at the copy ninja. "Do you think you can handle it, Kakashi?" asked Jiraiya as Kakashi looked at the toad sage before he let out a sigh. "I don't know, Jiraiya-sama, but the least I could do is try and make up for my mistakes. I owe him that much, and to Minato-sensei," Kakashi solemnly said before he shunned out of the room, leaving Tsunade to shake her head. Naruto was leaning on the fence that covered the entirety of Team 7 training ground. His eyes were closed, which to Sakura and anyone else except for Kiomi Naruto was relaxing, but in reality he was having one of his daily conversations with his mom. You know that Cyclops won't stand a chance against the two of you. Mira spoke her own thoughts, sporting a small smirk, knowing that she trained her son well enough to tackle any challenges that oppose him. Naruto smiled. I know, but he probably isn't looking at defeating us. He probably wants to see if our team could work or not. Besides, something tells me that he wants to see Kiomi character from the bell test, said Naruto while Mira slightly frowned at that. I guess no matter what era we live in, there will always be prejudice and discrimination, said Mira in a very sad tone, remembering her adventure that ended a long time ago, but she was content with raising her son. That aside, we should prepare. I'm pretty sure those nosy councils and elders will seek to have you under control, and nothing good comes out of corrupt politicians seeking more power than they already have, said Mira as Naruto gave a nod. Yeah, I remember they might not be strong enough, but politics is a weapon in itself, and a determined politician like Danzo will use the dirtiest methods to get what he wants, even if he has to sacrifice those around him, Naruto said, knowing that politics was the same power that got his mother and her allies labeled as international criminals, and it was the same power that took down Mujin Park from his high seat of power as the world president. Mira gave a nod. Luckily, you have gained allies around the elemental nation from your achievements back when you were a rookie genin, which is a political power in itself, so I doubt they would pull anything extreme, especially when the current Hokage is your godmother, said Mira with a smile before she walked towards her son, pulling him in a gentle hug, which he hugged back. Anyways, if they decide to have a council meeting and call you in, I will interfere, because even though I taught you politics in the past, experienced politicians can come around it, although I doubt they're skilled enough, said Mira with a grin, and Naruto could only shiver, but he smirked. I will look forward to it, Mom, said Naruto, having a matching grin before he decided to leave and see if the lazy Cyclops was late. Naruto opened his eyes to see Kiomi smile at him. So how did it go? Asked Kiomi in a hushed voice. Naruto let out a small smirk. She plans to make an appearance in the council meeting, answered Naruto in a hushed voice, which made Kiomi grin at the idea of her mother-in-law appearing in front of the pompous council and putting the fear of God into them. I can't wait to see their faces when she decides to make an appearance, said Kiomi, still having a grin plastered on her face as Sakura looked at them oddly. Naruto's senses picked up as he looked at the top of the fence to see a smoke appear before it died down to reveal Kakashi Hatake crouching on the fence. The man had a casual smile with his only uncovered eye closed. Sorry I'm late, said Kakashi, offering this time no lame excuses as Naruto noticed a small blade, a tanto if he wanted to be specific, which was tied to his back. Sensei, you use a sword? Asked Sakura after having noticed the tanto that was strapped behind his back, which Kakashi smiled at his student. Yes, I used one, but that was a decade ago before it broke on a mission, said Kakashi, his tone getting a little somber when the word mission was brought up, something which Naruto and Kiomi noticed but Sakura was clueless about. Team 7 walked inside the training ground as Kiomi drank her surrounding area, seeing the green lush ground and the 3 wooden stumps, the same one which Naruto got tied into after being caught eating. It sure brings back memories, spoke Sakura in a very fond tone, something which Naruto had agreed but never voiced it out. Come to think of it, that was your first training ground? Kakashi voiced his thoughts while Sakura got gloomy, remembering that Sasuke was not with them. But Sasuke-kun is not with us, said Sakura, her voice getting more gloomier as she glanced at Naruto, who didn't flinch when the name of his traitorous comrade was mentioned. He made his choice, spoke Kiomi, grabbing the attention of both Kakashi and Sakura. He's my older brother, and it saddens me to see him going into a path of self-destruct, but at the end of the day he made his own choice. I'm willing to hold hope that he could see the light, but there is a limit, and one day he might provoke the wrong person and there will be no hope for him, said Kiomi while Sakura was alarmed. What are you trying to say? Asked Sakura, her anger rising at the end as she knew what the Uchiha girl meant. She means that if he one day were to overstep his boundaries, we will end him ourselves. Naruto easily broke the news while Kakashi was taken back, but his expression turned somber and understanding while Sakura was getting furious. You're willing to sever your bond with him that easily? Shouted Sakura before she turned to look at Kiomi. And you, he is your brother, for God's sake, are you willing to end him? shouted Sakura angrily, but she was cut off when a kunai was pressed to her jugular and saw Kiomi standing behind her. Don't speak as if you know anything about me, you're just a girl that barely knows anything about him other than his name and his affiliation to the Uchiha clan. Spoke Kiomi in a deadly voice as her 3 Tomo Sharingan spinned rapidly. You also had the audacity to criticize Naruto-kun for willing to do what is right, but you forgot that Sasuke was the one who severed the bonds you all created when he chose to run for Orochimaru, said Kiomi while Sakura's body shook before she was saved when Kakashi came grabbing Kiomi's hand which held the kunai. It's enough, the two of you, said Kakashi as Kiomi removed her hand as Naruto watched everything calmly. Tell me, Sakura, if Sasuke were to start ending innocent peoples and start causing troubles for other hidden villages, do you think he can be saved at this point? Are you willing to be completely selfish as to ignore his crimes that he committed just because of a crush? Asked Naruto as Sakura looked at him trying to come with a retort, but Kiyomi's early threat and Naruto questions struck a chord in her throat. Let's say that Sasuke had succeeded in avenging his clan by ending Itachi. Do you think he will just return to the village into your arms and be normal again? Sasuke had dedicated half of his life into avenging his clan, and once that goal is over he will try to find another goal to keep himself going, and I wouldn't put it past him to want revenge against Konoha, said Naruto while Sakura stayed quiet. Being selfish isn't a bad thing when you have faith in said person to pull through, but being selfish as to ignore someone's action who's beyond saving is when you only think about yourself only and you would hold us and everyone back, which could end those around you. If you love him as you truly say, then you would want the best for him, that includes ending his life, said Naruto as tears started welling up in Sakura's eyes. You need to think before you use excessive violence. We never said that he was beyond saving. We're willing to help him see the light because at some point he was my teammate and we had a good friendship, even though it was shaky due to his superiority and inferiority complex that got in the way several times, said Naruto before he walked towards Kiomi, patting her head as she smiled while Sakura was having a mental breakdown as she tried to reason with herself that Sasuke will see the light again and that everything will be back to normal as teammates. Kakashi watched the interaction and realized that Naruto truly grew up from back when he was the hyperactive blonde. Seeing the state of Sakura, he could only blame himself for it because it was his philosophy of never abandoning his comrades that had chained Sakura feet and arms to the ground, because she felt that she should not abandon Sasuke even when he had hurt them several times by abandoning them. Kakashi then pulled from his ninja pouch a familiar 2 bells which made a familiar jingling sound that caught the team attention as they looked at their sensei, who sported a smile trying to ease the tension that was built because of his wayward student name being mentioned, and made a mental note to be careful the next time as to not mention anything closely related to Sasuke. I'm sure you're all familiar with the bell test, asked Kakashi, but the question was more to Kiomi than anyone else as she was new to the team, so he was trying to determine if Naruto had mentioned to her anything about the test, which he did when Kiomi gave a nod. Kakashi then tied the 2 bells before he uncovered the headband to reveal his 3 Tomo Sharingan. I want the 3 of you to get the bells from me, but don't think I will hold back, said Kakashi. Ender intent flooded the area which Sakura flinched. Beads of sweat rolled down her face as she looked at her 2 teammates who weren't fazed by the ending intent. Naruto then smirked slightly. It would have been insulting if you were to hold back, said Naruto as in an instant he was in front of Kakashi, who was surprised by the speed that even his own Sharingan couldn't see in time as Banksian appeared in Naruto's palm as he went for a slash. Kakashi was a veteran shinobi no matter how you look at it, and while to others they might throw the towel when seeing a sword coming for his throat, but he was different as he quickly bent his back until his back almost touched the ground, although a few strands of his hair was sacrificed when the sword slashed through. Kakashi wasn't foolish enough to engage Naruto in close proximity as he quickly performed substitution jutsu without using any hand signs, switching himself with a log which was slashed into pieces by Naruto. Not bad, said Kakashi as he brought his hand in order to pull his tanto for its small sheath, but Kiomi was right in front of him with her foot crashing into his chest, sending him flying through multiple trees as he coughed blood, and once he crashed into the final tree, he pulled himself up quickly, already feeling some of his ribs broken from such a ferocious kick. His instinct came back at full force when he was forced to quickly bring his tanto overhead to block Naruto's sword, but it was enough to keep him safe from being cut in. Kakashi's attention was brought to his tanto, which cracked under the pressure that Naruto was exerting onto his small blade, and he could only regret bringing such a small blade with him. "You're good." Naruto spoke for the first time as Kakashi forcefully pushed his own small blade against Naruto's own in order to place both his foot on the tree and push himself away from Naruto. "But at your current level, I hardly have to fight seriously," said Naruto with a smile at the end as he brought Banxian overhead and made a slashing motion. Such small action had resulted in multiple trees being cut in half, and Kakashi would have been a victim if he didn't dodge at the last second as he looked with bug eyes, being completely baffled by such action. "Don't forget about me, sensei," roared Sakura, giving herself away as Kakashi saw the pink-haired girl who was away from the fight coming from the sky. Her fist clenched as it glowed a blue hue, and Kakashi knew instantly what it was. Luckily for Kakashi, Sakura had sacrificed speed for strength, and her yelling had given her position away as he dodged from the punch that collided with the ground as it shattered into pieces, leaving Kakashi shocked for the second time. Kiomi appeared in front of Kakashi, who was obviously out of balance because of the punch that caved in the ground he stood at. Her fist then collided with the copy ninja's stomach, making him cough blood as more ribs were broken, but Kiomi was not finished as she brought her right foot for a high kick to his chin, sending him in the air. Naruto appeared above the copy ninja, who tried to defend himself by bringing his tanto for protection, but Banxian slashed through the small tanto, breaking it into pieces and ripped through his chest, although Naruto had made sure to avoid fatally injuring his Jonin sensei. Naruto then quickly snatched the two bells before using his sensei's stomach as a springboard to launch himself in the air while launching Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi collided to the ground only to be replaced with a shattered log as their Jonin sensei had made a quick retreat to properly recover. His chest was bleeding, but to his luck he knew that Naruto had made sure to avoid fatally injuring him. "That's nuts. I thought I could have him work hard for the win, but he isn't even taking this seriously. What have I gotten myself into?" was the thought process of Kakashi, who had taken to concealing his presence in order to bandage his wounds. "Wow, he sure is something," spoke Shizune, standing next to her mentor, who was observing the fight with keen eyes. "It sure is. That level of swordsmanship is something else, especially his ability to summon that weird-looking sword," spoke Tsunade, having been already informed of the ability that Naruto had displayed during the retrieval mission. "You do know that the council, especially Danzo, will be demanding answers, and I wouldn't leave it past them to try and have him put under the CRA," spoke Jiraiya, reminding her of the threat that is Danzo, but Tsunade scoffed. "That old fool won't dare do anything that would jeopardize our alliances or have one of our greatest assets leave the village because he couldn't control his lust for power. Besides, the Fire Daimyo would have already heard about Naruto's accomplishment and would probably have him be considered an important figure." Tsunade spoke, reminding him of the highest authority in the Fire Nation that even Danzo would not dare defy. Shizune looked at the two Sannin with worry and decided to try and lighten the mood. "Anyways, don't you think that Kiomi is really strong as well? Especially Sakura, she has improved quite a lot from back then," spoke Shizune as Tsunade looked at her assistant and first apprentice. "Kiomi is good, and from her previous speech there might be hope for the Uchiha clan to be redeemed. After all, she reminds me of Shursui Uchiha, Kagami Uchiha, Obito Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. That aside, she is also quite skilled and pack quite a kick. I wonder what will happen if she were to learn my super strength?" Tsunade spoke before stopping, leaving the question float in the air, but Jiraiya and Shizune shivered violently. As for Sakura, well, she has grown indeed from back when she was nothing but a helpless fangirl, but regardless, Sasuke defection had left a hole in her chest that no matter what I do she can't seem to move on or accept what happened and is obsessed with having him return. Even Naruto of all people had matured and come to accept what happened, but I suspect it was the work of this so-called mother of his. Tsunade continued as Jiraiya glanced at the Godame Hokage. Hopefully the speech she received from both Naruto and Kiomi would help her realize that the world doesn't revolve around her or Sasuke, and right now Sasuke will probably step into the lion nest and get himself ended by poking into the lion's tail. Besides, even if Sasuke were to return, he will be punished severely by our law for the many things he committed and went unpunished. Tsunade finished as Jiraiya let out a sigh and looked at Team 7. He sure is nasty with that substitution jutsu. Kiomi spoke a little annoyed by the multiple times that Kakashi had used the basic jutsu to make an escape or dodge fatal attacks. Well, it can't be helped. He knows that we're skilled enough to beat him on one-on-one, and given that the three of us are tasked to take the bells from him, he is practically being suicidal, so using tricks like that will help him prolong the fight. Naruto spoke as Kiomi knew he was right and smiled. Sakura felt out of place as she tried to distract herself by trying to find Kakashi, but she wasn't a censor, so she knew that the only way to find him was to wait for him to reveal himself or for them to somehow drag him to reveal himself to them. I will try scaring him into coming out, spoke Naruto as he raised Bangsian overhead and took a small breath, which Kiomi knew what he was planning to do and pulled Sakura behind, much to the pink-haired girl's confusion. Heaven Splitter, Naruto announced his technique before he released a vertical slash that cut everything that stood in front of it in half. That includes the ground, the clouds, and the mountain that stood far away, with the latter falling on both sides, causing a massive storm of debris. Everyone except for Kiomi was stunned. Even Kakashi, who was hiding in order to nurse his wound, had panicked at seeing the devastation that the attack caused, and it freaked him out to no end. Why did I pick a fight with him of all people? I should probably surrender. There is no shame in that, thought Kakashi as he came out, his hand raised in the air in surrender. Okay, I surrender if you could pull something like that. I don't want to continue this test anymore, said Kakashi with a panicked look as he looked at the smirking Naruto and Kiomi, while Sakura had her eyes bugged out, unable to comprehend what just happened. Did he just split the entire forest in half? Shouted Shizune before she fainted on the ground, her mind unable to comprehend the devastation that was caused by one attack. I knew he was strong, but that's insane, and he says his mother is much stronger than him, said Jiraiya in horror as he looked at the grim look on Tsunade's face. I guess the rumors weren't exaggerated. He truly is a monster when holding a sword. To split the entire forest in half along with the clouds is not a Kage level feat, but rather a high Kage level close to my grandfather's level of strength, said Tsunade, closing her eyes to wonder if having Naruto do another test to give him his rank was necessary anymore. Tsunade then decided to reveal herself, even though she knew that both Naruto and Kiomi were aware of her presence, as she carried the unconscious Shizune. You two certainly showed some me growth, even though Naruto's growth overshadowed your own, Sakura, but growth is still growth, spoke Tsunade before she looked at the female Uchiha. You as well have shown quite a lot of talent, and from the reports you're already at the level of a Jonin, maybe even Kage level, and if you're ever interested in medical ninjutsu, then you can either contact Shizune here or come see me in the office, said Tsunade, which stunned everyone including Naruto by her offer at the end. Kiomi gave a small bow. I would be honored to be trained under you in the medical arts, Lady Tsunade, said Kiomi, showing her gratitude towards the Sannin offer. Tsunade then looked at Kakashi, who was shivering at hearing the offer made by Tsunade. Kakashi, do you have something to say? Asked Tsunade as Kakashi gave a nod. Well, they did a great job. Their teamwork is quite good, especially when both Naruto and Kiomi work together. As for Sakura, she did well in her own rights when she punched the ground, destabilizing me, which left me open to attacks. Kakashi praised but decided to avoid mentioning the fact that Sakura had given herself away in the fight. What does that mean? Asked Sakura as she looked at Tsunade, who hummed as if having come to a decision. Well, regardless of what your status is going to be in the future, what will not change is your current team formation, but the difference is that Kakashi Hatake is no longer your Jonin sensei, but rather you're going to be Team Kakashi, said Tsunade, which slightly surprised Naruto, but he had already expected such an outcome. It means that we will go on missions together as peers, not as a sensei and student's relationship, since you all have grown to be dependable shinobi and have learned everything you needed to learn, but still, if you ever need help or advice, I'm willing to listen and give aid, said Kakashi as everyone smiled. It was already night in Konoha as both Kiomi and Naruto walked together. The streets were dark, with the only source of light being the street pole and the several shops that were open at that hour. You gave him one hell of a scare, commented Kiomi, giggling when remembering Kakashi's terrified look when Naruto decided to drag him out of hiding by using one of his many powerful techniques, which is Heaven Splitter, essentially cutting everything that stood in his way in half, and Kakashi was a victim. The sheer terror was something the two couple would remember for many years to come, but who could blame him after all? He is dealing with a member of the U clan, a bunch of sword maniacs who slashes and cut everything that stands in their way. I have no regrets doing what I did, said Naruto with an obvious smirk on his face before his expression changed to that of fondness when he noticed from his peripheral vision Ichiraku Ramen, which was a place he went whenever he was hungry, and they served him often for free of charge. Now that he had matured, he realized that the Sandaime had obviously been paying the bill cost for his meal, or Ichiraku would have gone bankrupt considering his large appetite for ramen. Well, that brings back memories, spoke Naruto before he turned smiling towards his girlfriend before he took her hand, guiding her towards the shop. You did say you want to try one of the ramens in Ichiraku, and this is the perfect time to do it, said Naruto as Kiomi beamed as she wondered what kind of food did Ichiraku produce to have Naruto pretty much addicted to its taste. Walking inside the small shop, Naruto was met with the same bar where he spent most of his childhood, eating there either with the Ichiraku family or with Irika, his academy teacher. It was a place where he built memories and bonded with his teammates back when Sasuke had managed to loosen up. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, greeted Ayame. It was obvious to Naruto that she looked exactly the same as the day he left for training with Jiraiya. Naruto, is that you, my boy? Came the voice of Itachi, who glanced over his shoulder to see the customer and was shocked and overjoyed to see his favorite customer back in Konoha after almost 3 years of him being gone. Things were obviously not the same in Konoha after news reached Konoha of Naruto's achievements in Kirigakure Civil War, and at this point everyone could already smell an alliance that was waiting to be made. Itachi, for the first time, had started to witness people's opinion on Naruto change, something that had started from the day Naruto returned from his C-rank mission, and the Chunin exam was what had convinced the populace to finally recognize the boy as a Konoha shinobi, and now with the news of Kirigakure Civil War being handled by Naruto had left everyone baffled and amazed by how much he had grown over the years. Naruto may not know it, but he had gained the respect of everyone who had heard tales of his achievements. If the boy continues at this pace, he doesn't doubt that Naruto would eventually become a Hokage that surpasses all of those who came before him. Hello, old man Itachi, it's good to see you and I am in good health. Naruto greeted back with a smile as the old man smiled. Ayame was shocked to see that the handsome customer was in fact the same kid she had fed ramen and even taught in the past whenever the instructor in the academy ignored and neglected his education. Wow, you sure have grown since last time. You're now taller than me. I guess I can't call you shrimp anymore, spoke Ayame, stunned, especially that now his height towered over her. Naruto simply chuckled and gave a smirk. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this day where I would tower over you all, said Naruto, while Itachi chuckled knowing how hard Naruto had it due to his short stature, especially the jokes that were made about his height, which infuriated Naruto quite a lot in the past. Anyways, who is this beautiful lady with you? Asked Ayame with a grin, already knowing their relationship from just a glance, while Kiomi smiled at the waitress. She's my girlfriend, I will let her introduce herself, said Naruto with a smile as Kiomi stepped forward to greet the two Ichiraku. Hi, my name is Kiomi Uchiha. It's very nice to meet you both, said Kiomi with a cheerful smile, which while it took the two off guard seeing that another Uchiha was still out there, but smiled nonetheless. Unlike the rest, the Ichiraku family had always judged people based on their character, and they wouldn't judge Kiomi based on what her two siblings had done. Besides, they have dealt with good Uchiha before, such as Shisui, Mikoto, Itachi, and Obito in the past. Well, take a seat, you two. I will prepare you the miso ramen that you love, spoke Itachi before he looked at Kiomi with a gentle smile. I assume this is your first time at our establishment. Would you like miso ramen as well? It will be on the house, said Itachi, while Kiomi blushed in embarrassment and the kindness displayed by the owner, and could see why Naruto had such a good relationship with the ramen stand owner. Well, thank you. I guess I will go with miso ramen just like Naruto-kun, said Kiomi, while Itachi smiled and gave a simple nod as he walked inside to start making ramen for his favorite customer along with his girlfriend, who shared a lot of traits to that of Mikoto Uchiha. I've heard a lot of rumors about your achievements in Kirigakure. It must have been difficult to be involved in a civil war like that of Kirigakure, spoke Ayame. It was obvious that from the many shinobi that frequented their establishment that at one point their conversation shifted to Naruto and his achievements in Kirigakure, and from the many tales that she had overheard, It seemed that Naruto had left a big impact on Kirigakure and the Elemental Nation as a whole, since she didn't doubt that the other hidden villages hadn't heard about Naruto at this point. Things were intense. I had never planned to overstay in Kirigakure for very long, nor did I really expect to make such a big impact, but then again it was a welcome surprise and we learned a few things as well. Said Naruto. He first went to Kirigakure for experience, but getting himself attached to Kiomi and later getting involved with the rebel army had led to the events of Kirigakure being freed from its oppressive ruling by the Yonde Mizukage, who was an unwilling victim by a masked man with lone Sharingan eye. Kiomi looked at Naruto as she nodded herself. Well, being involved in the Civil War had kind of given us a lot of battle experience since we had to deal with enemy ambush and assassination attempt along with other things, so I guess it wasn't really a useless endeavor since the whole goal was to gain experience. Kiomi further explained the goal of their stay in Kirigakure, which obviously Ayam didn't like. I still don't like it, even though it's in your job description. It's still reckless to try and pick a fight with a nation that is at a civil war for many years now, said Ayam with a mean glare that was directed towards Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, knowing that Ayam cared for him a lot and didn't appreciate his reckless behavior even back when he was a genin fresh from the academy. Sorry about that, I had my own reasons, and besides it's not like I was going there expecting to survive without someone being there to train me, said Naruto, trying to explain himself, but it didn't quell Ayam's sisterly love. Now that you mention it, what happened between you and Jiraiya-sama? This time it was Tucci who asked as he glanced from his shoulder towards Naruto, who went quiet for a few seconds, obviously trying to pick his words wisely since he didn't have a lot of problems with Jiraiya. I don't really have any problem with Jiraiya-sensei, but rather I disliked the pace that our training had been advancing at. Naruto spoke quietly before he placed a finger on his chin. Besides, Jiraiya-sensei, well, let's just say he has a very lack of self-control when it comes to his hormones, and it's hard to really see him as a role model considering some of the questionable traits he has, said Naruto, which made Ayam frown, knowing the eccentric behavior of the Toad Sannin when it came to women. She could still vividly remember the time that the self-proclaimed super pervert had attempted to flirt with her. Well, you can't deny that Jiraiya-sama cares for you, Naruto, spoke a voice that Naruto immediately recognized as he looked behind him, having sensed someone coming near the old stand, revealing Irika Yumino, his old Chunin instructor, who smiled awkwardly, still trying to get used to Naruto's new looks. Irika-sensei, it's good to see you again. I see you still look the same, said Naruto, obviously happy to see the man who acknowledged him and tried to help him in the academy to the best of his ability. Well, you have changed a lot since the last time I saw you, no? Said Irika, obviously hinting at Naruto's white hair and lack of whisker mark that had been part of his identity, not to mention his new attire that was free from the color orange, which is something that he never thought would be possible. He was at least glad that Naruto still loved ramen as he did, or he would have thought that the man standing in front of him was an imposter. You've been the talk of the village ever since word got out about your achievements in Kirigakure, and I'm really glad to see you back alive considering how intense it is, spoke Irika as he walked towards Naruto, pulling him into a hug which Naruto accepted, knowing how much the Chunin instructor cared for him. Well, I was planning to keep things incognito, so in order to avoid being put into the bingo book where I will find myself attracting unnecessary attention, but there were unexpected circumstances, so here I am, said Naruto with a small laugh, as Kiomi knew that it was mostly her that he had stayed as long as he did. Separating from the hug, Irika took a seat where Tucci served the three of them ramen, where they started to eat. Well, I'm happy to know that you have grown stronger and mature over those 2 years, even though I've heard about you ditching Jiraiya-sama midway through the training. You don't know how much problem it caused for Lady Tsunade, who had to keep things under wrap for as long as she did, explained Irika, having been made involved regarding Naruto's so-called defection from the village, as Danzo and the other elders had put it. Well, I guess I have to apologize to her by giving her a portion of my winnings from my several gambling trips, said Naruto as Kiomi nodded with a smirk. Yeah, it really was funny how you had several casinos go bankrupt in just a day before being chased by a large mob, where you later earned the moniker the Neck Crusher when you send them to the hospital with their neck being snapped into a 90-degree, said Kiomi before she bursted out in laughter along with Naruto as they recounted the day where Naruto had left several casinos with a bag filled with cash that is equivalent of several S-rank missions. The other occupants of the ramen stand shivered when hearing the two couples talking about one of their adventures. Tucci then joined in later in the laugh. You might want to be careful, kid. From the sounds of it, I think that Tsunade-sama will drag you into several casinos in order to make her happy, said Tucci. Gambling is quite a dangerous game. You could lose all of your fortune in a matter of seconds to someone else, and worse, you can't guarantee that the other player wouldn't cheat while playing, said Irika, trying to be the voice of reason after having once gambled and had come to regret it greatly when he lost half of his saving and having to be comforted by Mizuki. Well, you see, Irika-sensei, after ditching Jiraiya-sensei back then, I knew I can't survive on my own without money, so I developed a skill in gambling. After all, one must earn a living some way, explained Naruto, sounding noble, while Kiomi had to stifle a giggle knowing the type of person Naruto is when it came to gambling. After all, nobody gets called the gambling devil without a reason. Your skills? Spoke Irika before his face paled along with Tucci and Ayam when they saw the savage grin on Naruto's face as fire seemed to be erupting from him getting into his gambling mode, as Kiomi put it. Winning is everything in gambling, show no mercy. Since these bastards want to work together to cheat me of my money, I find this an even match, said Naruto before he started to release an evil laugh which left everyone except Kiomi concerned for Naruto's mental well-being. Alright, said Ayam with a large sweat drop as Naruto immediately returned to normal, having started to slurp the noodle down his throat as if nothing happened, and everyone except Kiomi had to be careful moving forward when discussing with Naruto about his adventure. Anyways, I've heard that you had the bell test with Kakashi this morning, spoke Irika as he obviously wanted to know what happened. Well, Kakashi-sensei had surrendered after Naruto-kun decided to flex his muscle a little, which almost ended him if Naruto-kun didn't know what he was doing, said Kiomi, while Irika obviously sweat dropped even more. I'm not gonna ask how you got this powerful because I think this is enough headache for today, said Irika, obviously thinking that the whole thing got even more complicated. But then again, anything that revolves around Naruto is complicated, which mostly involves things that defies the natural order. Naruto pretty much finished his last bowl of ramen before he decided to conclude the night for today. Well, today has been a very long day. Hopefully tomorrow will be bearable considering that we will eventually have to deal with the council, said Naruto while receiving sympathy from Tucci, Ayam, and Irika. Naruto and Kiomi walked out the ramen stand as they marched towards the apartment, knowing that the next day will be a much longer and completely tiring day. Danzo was not amused, to say the least. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was back in the village. That alone should make him elated, since the weapon of the village is back to its rightful place, and he could then set in motion his own plans by sneaking in one of his root operative into Team 7 with the purpose of keeping an eye on the leaf weapon and at the same time performing secret missions such as delivering files to his business partners such as Orochimaru, which would later help him in creating his ideal military village that will trample over all other hidden villages. His ideal village revolves around an obedient weapon that only does what it's told, and not the current weapon that is roaming around the elemental nation and the village as if it's owning the place. That needs to change, along with having conditioned shinobi forces that are free of the weakness of emotion. He can't have the village military thinking for themselves, because if that happens they might eventually rebel against him, and he can't allow that to happen. After that, he could set in motion his own future plan of having Suna and Kiri to its knee before moving forward to do the same to the other hidden villages, ensuring that nothing could oppose the might of the Leaf Village. Sadly, that could only happen once he takes the Hokage hat from Tsunade, who, just like his old rival, is not willing to start a war. But now things have changed, especially now that he learned that Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha had a sister. That alone had ruined his plan of having someone fill the empty void of Team 7, because she became the replacement. Other than that, he can't do anything to Kiomi because he knows for a fact that Itachi is aware that his own little sister is still alive, and if he did anything that would put the girl's life in danger, he would know, and he can't afford to fight against Itachi. Not to mention, the weapon had become extremely powerful in these 2 years, to the point that if the boy kept growing at this rate, he fears that there will be no longer any chance for him to have the weapon under his thumb. If only Hiruzen had let him have the boy earlier, he could have secretly inducted the boy in his root division, where he would be conditioned to obey his every command and fight for the village's good interest. Then again, he can at least benefit from this in some way. He knows that he has no chance to get the weapon under his thumb now that the boy became somewhat of a celebrity for the stunt he pulled in Kirigakure Civil War, so he is sure that everyone would be watching the boy carefully. He could force the boy to teach and hand over any technique that he learned for the sake of the village as part of a compensation for running away from Jiraiya as he did. Tsunade might try to protect the boy, but he is sure that both Hamura and Koharu would be behind him supporting him. The boy is a master swordsman. That alone is enough, considering that Konoha lack master swordsmen because the only one that remained in the village is Yugao Yuzuki, who is drowning in self-pity over the death of Hayate Gecko, another master swordsman who was ended during the Sound invasion. He was confident that everything would go according to plans. The boy is still the same idiot who shouted his dreams of becoming a Hokage for everyone to hear. He is sure a little tweaking in wording and the weapon would be agreeing to his reasonable demands. After all, why not tempt him with the promise of becoming a Hokage if he fulfilled a certain set of requirements, such as teaching his techniques to Hidden Leaf Shinobi? After all, the boy had no problem training those Kiri spawns, so why not train his own fellow shinobi who will be secretly root operatives? The only thing that he now has to deal with is the fact that the Uchiha princess and the weapon are romantically involved, but then again he is not concerned because he knows that their offsprings would be a force to be reckoned with, especially with the Uzumaki chakra along with their life force and the Uchiha clan dojutsu. He could already see the clogs working in his mind. The potential of their offspring scares him and excites him both at the same time. Konoha will soon be undefeated as the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki clan will be revived, and he could manipulate them to obey him and work for the interest of the village. After all, everything he does is for the good of the village. He might not have gotten what he wanted from the beginning, but everything is walking right to its destination with him sitting at the Hokage seat, which he could faintly hear calling his name. Sadly for Danzo, he had overestimated his capabilities and gotten too comfortable in thinking that his plans would work. His plans didn't take into account the existence of the one person who could foil his plans in a matter of seconds, and that would be Mirayu herself, along with the fact that he had underestimated Naruto's potential, which would be his downfall. Naruto was rather furious with the current predicament that he found himself into. It was only 2 months that he had been taken on a trip.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.